Okay. Okay. Had to step on, take care of stuff, blow my nose and all that. Got allergies, morning allergies, AM allergies. All right. 3, 2, 1. Live streaming live on Facebook and YouTube. And of course, at the end of the live stream, I'm going to save the copy of Facebook, compile it, edit it, and upload it on YouTube for at a later date, and also upload on Rumble. For all of you that care to watching my live stream, you see me around and you know who I am. I am General Sunbeam. GS, General Sunbeam, Sunbeam 007, or Sunbeam 007, Sunbeam 0072 on Twitch. As you can see on my Wattpad, I go by General Sunbeam, Sunbeam 007. And then there's my Instagram account. I just created my third Instagram account, General Sunbeam, one word. He, him, his, and then you can see all my posts here. I'm showing this transparently. A lot of this are created by AI, Chat GPT. So special thanks, shout out and credit to OpenAI Chat GPT. As always, I am being transparent and honest about it. I don't claim that all these are hand drawn. Obviously, these are all AI generated. I want to make that loud and clear. And here's a source I use, ChatGPT. So you can give me credit. You can give me credit. I deserve some reasonable, respectful compliments and credit for being honest. Not a lot of scammers and con artists and a lot of dishonest internet users are dishonest about disclosing AI. So they're trying to cheat and steal your money. I'm not here to make money. I've been clear about that. And my allergies are acting up again. Oh my gosh. Oh. All right, as I was saying, I've been very clear about disclosing AI, artificial intelligence, such as OpenAI's ChatGPT, Gemini by Google, or Google Gemini, or a built-in Google AI. YouTube has its own AI, as well as Facebook Meta, META. Facebook Meta also has AI too. Twitter has its own AI, Grok. So does DeviantArt. DeviantArt has AI. I'm sure Pinterest has AI. I'm sure VK has AI. A lot of social media platforms have a lot of AI that are being heavily integrated into the system. I don't know about Truth Social. I don't know about Blue Sky. Every social media has its own policy, whether they're for, neutral, or against AI. And again, that's politics. That is politics. I'll close the door. Just check outside. All right. Right now, I woke up early and took my wife to work. So my wife is at work, and luckily, I didn't have any unusual oddity or odd jobs or where I take. On a Tuesday or something. Yeah, on a Tuesday, I took an individual that works at Amazon that got off of work around the time when I took my wife to work. I believe on a Tuesday. The individual is a seasonal employee, a seasonal associate at Amazon. Took him southbound in Central Texas. It took him to a gas station. He paid me for the ride, so I appreciate that, and gave me a full gas tank. So thank you to that Amazon associate that got off of work as a seasonal employee. But yeah, I already documented that as a log on ChatGPT, and yeah. So anyway, we are live. I am General Sunbeam, Sunbeam 007, Sunbeam 0072, Sunbeam 0, Sunbeam Titan, General Sunbeam. Got the name from Cap Sunbeam from Zatch Bell on the classic anime Zatch Bell Season 2 when they're fighting Melodo Z or Zolphus. So if you heard of Zatch Bell, then you grew up around that time, around early 2000 to mid 2000s. So yeah. As always, showing clearly that I'm using ChatGPT by OpenAI here. I'm not hiding it. I mean, this is what I usually do when I used to write my stories on Wattpad. And still, as of June 25th, 2026, at around 6:58 a.m. or 7 a.m., close to 7 a.m., I am still stuck at 10 followers on Wattpad. I am still stuck at 10 followers on Wattpad, 1-0. I don't know what the hell's going on, why I am not gaining followers on Wattpad. Like, come on, I have shared this numerous times. I shared my previous live stream over the years, over the few months, of course, of the weeks. Last week, I've been sharing like 5 live streams consecutively on Facebook, YouTube, Rumble, and even on Twitch. And I'm not gaining any followers on Wattpad. Come on, you can search it up. You can go on wattpad.com, www.wattpad.com/sunbeam0. Yeah, Sunbeam007. Follow me on there. Follow General Sunbeam on Wattpad. Come on. Anyway, while that is up, again, First Amendment and content disclaimer, viewer discretion advised. This content may include mature themes, discussions, or commentary intended for adult audiences 18 plus. Viewer discretion is strongly recommended. This content is created and presented in accordance with the rights protected under the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, including freedom of speech, freedom of the expression, freedom of assembly, freedom of rights to protest and petition, and freedom of the press media production. So again, viewer discretion is advised, and you have been warned. Right now, as of now, I used to have 543 followers. Now I'm down to 541 followers and about, I don't know how many friends I have on my friend list, but I lost one friend due to that one user. One user. So again, I'll reiterate what I said here on my description here for today's live stream and covering my previous live stream. Yesterday I was falling asleep, so I woke up and I felt great. Drinking my tea, could use a cup of coffee, a little bit of caffeine. It is early in the morning, 7 a.m. I took my wife to work, as I said earlier. So my wife's working an 11-hour shift because today is Amazon Prime week. Amazon Prime week. So yeah, it's busy over there, the peak, temporary peak. So anyway, welcome to General Sunbeam Live. Good day, supporters, residents, families and friends, peers, politics, and members of the general public of Facebook and the social media of the ever-growing internet. Welcome to General Sunbeam live streaming here on Facebook and YouTube. Today, I am covering several important subjects: community safety, pool safety, awareness in public or in general public places, convention consumer awareness, artificial intelligence transparency, professional networking, and my long-term goal for producing an original animated television or streaming series. All right. These subjects may appear different, but they share one important principle. People should remain informed, responsible, honest, and aware of what is happening around them. This is an open discussion or open door discussion. Again, exercising freedom of speech, First Amendment, liberty of uncensorship, to speak freely, to speak my mind, and again, open discussion. So respectful disagreement, respectful dispute, contests, and constructive criticisms are deeply welcome, as well as positive feedbacks. However, threats, doxing, swatting, harassment, spam, misinformation, False narratives, cancel cultures, and disrupt are not productive and will be handled appropriately or moderated, deleted, erased, reported. Law enforcement may get involved. So you have been warned about that. I welcome respectful disagreement and constructive feedbacks, criticisms, but I do not welcome threats, harassment, trolls, haters, spam, misinformations, and disruptive conduct. They are not productive and are not welcome here, and they will be handled appropriately, including getting involved law enforcement and submitting it to FBI, to the FTCs, and all that. Anyway, now moving on to one of the subtopics. Here, here in this community neighborhood, Boulder Ridge pool safety. First, I want to address pool safety, particularly for residents and guests of the Boulder Ridge community in South Pflugerville, Texas. Here in the community of Boulder Ridge, here in South Pflugerville, Texas, in city of Pflugerville, in Central Texas, USA. Let me make this very, very clear. I know I have said this. I said this in person. I communicated with a lot of residents and swimmers yesterday, thanking them for exercising safety and for following posted pool rules. I've been trying to communicate this, and now I'm saying this here on live stream, and this one here. So regarding the pool rules here in Boulder Ridge and standard community pools, just about anywhere you go when you go swimming, there is no lifeguard on duty. There is no lifeguard on duty. A pool attendant is now automatically a certified lifeguard. An attendant may observe the area, communicate rules, document concerns, perform basic maintenance duties, and contact management or emergency services. However, every swimmer, parent, guardian, and responsible adult must remain attentive. Please do not assume that somebody else is constantly watching you or your family, especially if you don't like being observed, you don't like being watched, if it feels like it's violating your privacy. Hey, well, I'm going to take that as a plus. So please do not assume that somebody else is constantly watching you or your family. Again, a pool attendant is not automatically a certified lifeguard. An attendant may observe the area, communicate rules, or enforce the rules, reminding everyone to be safe, document concerns or any incidents, perform basic maintenance duties, and contact management or emergency services. However, every swimmer, parent, guardian, and responsible adult must remain attentive. So once more, please do not assume that somebody else is constantly watching you or your family. And especially if you care about, if you don't like being observed or watched, hey, I'll take that as a plus. I don't like supervising. I'm not a certified lifeguard. I mean, I'm actually looking into being a certified lifeguard just to add that on my record, on my resume, that I have spent the money to learn the course and all that, just for general awareness and for better education to save lives and to keep everyone safe. But I am not a lifeguard. I am a pool attendant. That's what I applied for, and it is what I'm hired for. So watch your children. Please supervise your children at all times. It's fun and games if someone gets hurt. So watch your children. Stay close to anyone who cannot swim confidently. So again, stay close to anyone who cannot swim confidently. Pay attention to the people around you. If someone appears to be injured, oh my gosh. Allergies. Okay, as I was saying, stay close to anyone who cannot swim confidently. Pay attention to the people around you. Pay attention to other swimmers around you. If someone appears to be injured, unable to breathe, struggling in the water, calling for help, or experiencing a medical emergency, speak up immediately. Do not remain silent and assume somebody else will handle it. Call 911 when there is an actual emergency. The posted rules are not decorations. The posted rules are not decorations. They are safety instructions. They are reminders to keep you and other swimmers safe. Well, regarding the pool rules, walk inside the pool enclosures. So again, walk inside a pool enclosure. Do not run. Do not dive. Do not dive where diving is prohibited. Do not bring glass, sharp objects, or dangerous materials into the pool area. No punching, kicking, fighting, bullying, pushing, violent horseplay, or aggressive wrestling or harsh playing. I mean, all this is common sense, obviously. Especially even if you're all like brothers or friends and you live together, just be mindful of other swimmers. If it gets busy, I will be strict. I am going to document whatever any potential incidents occurred. So once again, no punching, kicking, fighting, bullying, harsh play, horseplay, pushing, violent horseplay, or aggressive wrestling, and no unsafe flips or jumping. This is a community pool for all. This is a community pool, not a boxing ring, wrestling arena, or a place to settle personal disputes. Come on, it is a community swimming pool. I don't understand for those that are doing all that and putting other swimmers at risk. So be smart about that. Keep unauthorized food and beverages away from the pool water. Food, trash, spills, insects, bugs, and broken containers can create contamination and sanitation concerns. Keep unauthorized food and beverages away from the pool water. Food, trash, spills, insects, and broken containers can create contamination and sanitation concerns. Do not create trip hazards by leaving bicycles, scooters, coolers, bags, toys, shoes, or other personal belongings in walkways and emergency access areas. Follow the posted rules regarding guests, supervision, swimwear, operating hours, and permitted equipment. Listen, listen when an authorized pool attendant or management representative gives a legitimate safety instructions. Nobody should need a long argument. Nobody should need a long argument about a basic safety rule. The purpose is not to ruin anyone's enjoyment. The purpose is to make sure people leave the pool safely and return home to their families or their loved ones. It is all fun and games until somebody gets hurt. Remember that. That is exactly why these rules exist. If I observe a serious violation, a credible medical concern, violence, dangerous behavior, or continued refusal to follow instructions, I will document what I directly observe and report it through the appropriate management process and may get involved with law enforcement. Well, actually, I'm about to get there. When necessary, management, security, emergency responders, or law enforcement may need to become involved. Documentation should remain factual. It should record what happened, where it happened, when it happened, who was notified, and what action was taken. It should not be based on rumors, personal grudges, or assumptions. My objective, my object, my objective is prevention, accountability, and safety, not unnecessary confrontation. I'm there to do my job, to keep the swimmers safe, to keep every resident and the community of Boulder Ridge safe, the rest of the city of Pflugerville, and to spread awareness and to cut down on criminal activity, criminal mischief, and criminal suspicious behaviors. I'm getting tired of seeing all these bad breaking news. A lot of lives are being lost. I don't like it. I hate tragedies. I cannot stress that enough. I want to once again trying to communicate all these safety, general safety rules and awareness so that all of you are safe, to keep everyone safe, to communicate and to spread this awareness. So please follow the posted pool rules. Do not run, no food and drinks, water only. And if there's any broken glass or any bodily fluid in the pool, I'm sorry to say that the pool will be closed, and I might notify law enforcement or first responder to come and assist the situation. Every of your residents that have been living here longer or have been going out swimming, You know the rules. It's common sense. You sign the agreement, you sign your name, you understand the pool rules. They're there to keep you safe. So follow and honor the pool rules. And thank you for exercising general safety and keeping everyone safe. So now, with that being addressed, let's move on to general public and convention awareness. The same principle applies outside a pool. Situational awareness matters at anime conventions, festivals, concerts, hotels, restaurants, shopping centers, parking areas, public transportation, locations, and other crowded environments. Pay attention to your surroundings. Know where the exits are. Protect your wallet, phone, identification, bags, costumes, equipment, and personal property. Remain with trusted friends when possible. Remain with trusted friends when possible, especially when traveling or attending an unfamiliar event. All right, as I was saying, so situational awareness matters at anime conventions, comic cons, festivals, concerts, hotels, restaurants, shopping centers, parking areas, public transportation locations, and other crowded environments. Pay attention to your surroundings, know where the exits are, protect your wallet, phone, identification, bags, costumes, equipment, and personal property. Remain with trusted friends when possible, especially when traveling or attending an unfamiliar event. Confirm where you are meeting people. Tell somebody you trust where you are going. Respect personal boundaries and obtain permission before touching another person. Cosplay is not consent. Their costume, their equipment, or their belongings. So, once again, cosplay is not consent. If you witness credible threats, violence, harassment, stalking, medical distress, or dangerous conduct, report the concern to event staff, venue security, management, or emergency services. Do not try to turn every disagreement into a public confrontation. At the same time, do not ignore an actual emergency. Use good judgment. Use judgment. Document responsibly. Separate facts from assumptions. Consumer awareness is also important. Before buying a convention ticket, booking a hotel, purchasing transportation, applying for a vendor table, or investing money in an event, conduct basic research. Who is organizing the event? Is the venue confirmed? Is the ticketing platform legitimate? What is the refund policy? Are the official announcements consistent? Does the organizer have a documented history? Are vendors, performers, volunteers, and attendees receiving clear information? Do not rely only on promotional graphics, social media hype, rumors, or promises made through private messages. Verify information through official sources whenever possible. Now, moving on. Supremacy, clash between heroes and villains. Now, I want to discuss my central creative project, Supremacy, clash between heroes and villains. Supremacy is an original fantasy action universe developed through my writing and long-term world building on Wattpad, as I have shown earlier and through my previous numerous live streams. I've been sharing that a lot on my Wattpad. The story includes heroic and villainous regimes, powerful leaders, supernatural abilities, military strategy, political conflict, alliances, betrayals, personal struggles, and major battles involving the future of an entire fictional world. This is not merely one picture or one character design. It is a much larger creative universe involving nations, factions, capitals, symbols, uniforms, leadership structures, histories, relationships, conflicts, and long term story arcs. My goal is to move the project beyond written concepts and visual references. I want I want to learn how supremacy could be developed through a legitimate professional production pipeline. That process will require more than one person. As I said this on my numerous live stream, on my previous live stream, I've been live streaming 5 times, sharing my Wattpad, and I am reminding the general public of Facebook, YouTube, and the social media of the internet once more. That process would require more than one person. It would require writers and script editors. It would require character designers and environment artists. It would it would require storyboard artists and editors, producers, casting professionals, voice actors, musicians, sound designers, legal advisors, business professionals, and distribution partners. A professional animated series requires time, funding, organization, contacts, leadership, collaboration, revisions, and accountability. I am looking for genuine information that can help me understand that process. I want verifiable links. I want official studio contact pages. I want published submissions and pitching guidelines. I want information about legitimate producers, entertainment agents, development professionals, animation schools, mentorship programs, festivals, markets, pitch competitions, and industry networking opportunities. I want to learn how an original intellectual property can be protected, developed, financed, pitched, produced, licensed, marketed, and distributed for television or streaming. Mentioning companies such as Crunchyroll, Sentai Filmsworks, Studio Ghibli, or other animation organizations does not mean that I am affiliated with them. I mean, I am just mentioning them as examples of those anime industry studios that I hope to reach out. I mean, I would go on the website, apply for all the positions just to send a message. I have did that with Crunchyroll. I have applied to all their positions just to put on the comments that I'm trying to pitch my animation. I mean, I'm not trying to solicitate, but I'm really trying to get in touch and contact them. Like that's the one example I've been doing as one of my cards to play. But one of my other cards here is I'm live streaming and saying this openly and publicly to all the viewers, hoping to reach out to Crunchyroll, Sentai Filmsworks, Studio Ghibli, like those companies, for instance, just to pitch that I'm trying to stressfully pitch my animation thoughts, pitch my ideas to them, and to any other anime industry studios to get it on the big screen on television. I want it to become an anime, and that's what I'm saying. It does not mean they have endorsed my project. I mean, I doubt they will. It does not mean they accept unsolicited submissions. Oh, yeah, obviously. Those facts must be researched and verified. My goal is to locate realistic professional pathways, not to pretend that a major company has already accepted the project. AI transparency. Now, moving on to AI transparency, artificial intelligence. I know I covered this on my previous yesterday live stream about it, but I will just reiterate once more. I also want to speak clearly and honestly about artificial intelligence. Yes, I use AI. Yes, I use artificial intelligence. Yes, I use ChatGPT as I am showing it right now on my live stream. I am not hiding it. Some of the images used to visualize my characters, uniforms, locations, factions, fictional regimes, and story atmosphere are majority of it are AI assisted concept references that I've shared on Instagram, as I've shown yesterday on my previous live stream. I've shown my Instagram posts and on YouTube and on Rumble, so it's there. I'm not hiding it because I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not harming anybody. Nobody's hurt. Literally, nobody's being put in the hospital all because I used ChatGPT. I disclose that openly. I want to make that loud and clear as it can be. Sorry, my nose is itchy. Oh my gosh. I am not claiming that I traditionally drew those images by hand. Of course not. I didn't say that. I am not pretending to be a professional illustrator. I am not attempting to hide the tools involved. My original contribution is the writing, character concepts, fictional regimes, Fictional regimes, story ideas, world building, relationships, conflicts, narrative direction, and long term vision behind supremacy. AI helps me visualize certain ideas and communicate concepts that I currently cannot illustrate independently. I don't have the budget, and I owe a lot of money paying off my credit card bill, paying for the house, paying for the roof over our head, paying for the lot land rent, paying for electricity, paying for water, paying for gas, paying for trash, paying for internet Wi-Fi, paying for our dental care, health care, and all that, all the insurances. I mean, I'm on a budget. I mean, I still eat out and order a lot of food. I mean, I want to be personally honest. I have a very bad spending habit, and I'm going to work on getting that controlled and exercising better financial reforms on better budgeting. But my original contribution is the writing, character concepts, fictional regimes, story ideas, world building, relationships, conflicts, narrative direction, and long-term vision behind supremacy. AI helps me visualize certain ideas and communicate concepts that I currently cannot illustrate independently. ChatGPT helps me organize information, revise descriptions, conduct research, prepare professional outreach, structure discussions, and communicate my ideas more clearly with clarity and polished. I mean, I am showing this right here. I'm already live streaming that I'm showing ChatGPT here on Facebook and YouTube. So I'm not hiding all this, and I'm literally reading this off on here on ChatGPT here. ChatGPT has been out since 2022, from my understanding. There are some other users that are already sharing this or already been using it, and I did not use ChatGPT until late December of 2024. I have been officially been using ChatGPT for 1 full year, and I am still a subscriber. You see, I am ChatGPT Plus, and just in case, share that. Yep, you can see $20 USD a month, current plan, and then a pro is $100. Maximize your productivity. So there you go. Say that. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Oh. Oh man, I really do need my cup of coffee. Oh yeah, I'm not a morning person. I have a bad habit of staying late. I'm not going to bed early regularly. So yeah, I am not a morning person. I'm so tired. Yesterday I was so stressed. It's been a long day and long night. But as I was saying, Chat GPT helps me organize information, revise descriptions, conduct research, prepare professional outreach, structure discussions, and communicate my ideas more clearly. However, AI does not automatically make someone a professional producer. It does not automatically create a successful screenplay. It does not create a trustworthy production company. It does not negotiate contracts. It does not secure financing. It does not build a qualified animation team. It does not guarantee an audience. It does not produce a finished television series by itself. I don't know. I mean, ChatGPT exists. I mean, all these AI exists now. It didn't exist back in 2011, 2012, 2013. It didn't exist in 2016. ChatGPT and various AI related like this didn't even exist back in mid 2000. It exists after way like few years after COVID-19 pandemic. So it can be possible. A tool can assist a creator, but the creator still needs discipline, judgment, originality, collaboration, and professional accountability. I understand that ChatGPT here, for instance, those concerns may involve consent, training data, originality, employment, compensation, creative ownership, and unfair competition. Those concerns deserve to be heard and discussed respectfully. And again, I personally understood that. But I don't appreciate all haters and anti AI enthusiastic are attacking me for it, pointing their fingers at me and attacking me like that. That's harassment. Those I am not demanding that every I am asking people to evaluate what I actually disclose and what I actually claim. Do not accuse me of hiding AI when I openly identify the material as a AI assisted. Do not claim that I am pretending to be a trader when I clearly state that writing and world building are my main creative disciplines. Criticize the work honestly, question the process respectfully, but represent my position accurately. Now, moving on to friend requests, professional contact, and spam. I also need to address friend requests, messages, and unsolicited content. Before adding me as a friend or contact me, please review my public profile. Please review my public profile. Read what I write. Read what I write. Look at the projects I discuss. Look at all the live streams I did. I mean, if you don't care about all that, if you don't care about my live streams, then I don't care about you personally. I'm gonna say it as it is. Understand that my primary interests include creative writing, anime development, animation production. Understand that my primary interests include creative writing, anime development, animation production, original intellectual property, convention awareness, public commentary, and professional networking. I am looking for relevant leads and legitimate recommendations. I welcome official studio links. I welcome publish and submission guidelines. I welcome information about producers. I welcome information about producers, agents, animation programs, mentorship, opportunities, festivals, pitch events, copyright resources, licensing information, and television development pathways. However, I am not asking for random reels. I am not asking for unrelated train pictures, copied advertisements, meaningless promotional messages, suspicious investment offers, unexplained payment requests, or repeated messages that have nothing to do with my work. So again, I am not asking for unrelated train pictures, copied advertisements, meaningless promotional messages, suspicious investment offers, unexplained payment requests, or repeated messages that have nothing to do with my work. Any of those will be considered unsolicited cold outreach and will be reported as spam and to shut down your account. Sending random content without introducing yourself or explaining its relevance is not professional networking. Repeated unsolicited messages can become spam. I have reported several accounts and messages as spam, and I will continue to use the available block and report tools when necessary. That is not personal retaliation. It is basic account management and online safety. When contacting me professionally, introduce yourself. Explain why you are reaching out. State how the information relates to animation, writing, television development, professional pitching, community safety, conventions, or supremacy, clash between heroes and villains. Provide a legitimate source when making a professional recommendation. Do not promise guaranteed access to a studio. Do not claim secret industry connections without. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling sleepy. Like, do not claim secret industry connections without concrete evidence. Do not request unexplained payments like cryptocurrency, gift cards, a Western Union wire transaction or wire transfers. Do not pressure me to act immediately. Legitimate professional communication should be clear, relevant, respectful, and verifiable. Now, closing statement to all this. To conclude, today's discussion is about responsibility. At the pool, responsibility means following the posted pool rules, supervising vulnerable swimmers and children's, avoiding dangerous, reporting real emergencies. At oh, excuse me, I'm getting definitely feeling tired and sleepy. At conventions and public events, responsibility means researching organizers, protecting yourself and your belongings, respecting boundaries, keeping your hands and feet to yourself, asking permission because cosplay is not consent, and remaining aware of your surroundings. In creative development, responsibility means protecting original ideas, understanding the production process, understanding the production process. Hmm. Okay, as I was saying, oh my gosh, I am so lost here. At conventions and public events, responsibility means researching organizers, protecting yourself and your belongings, respecting boundaries, and remaining aware of your surroundings. In creative development, responsibility means protecting original ideas, understanding the production process, making legitimate contacts, and recognizing that a professional animated series requires a qualified team. With with artificial intelligence, AI, responsibility means disclosure, honesty, critical thinking, respect for human artists, and a clear distinction between AI assisted concept work and traditionally created professional artwork. I understand between human artists and AI generative art or AI art, it is unfair because you can just type in prompt, you type in words here on ChatGPT, for example, type in and create 2D anime series crisp sunflower, and it'll create a 2D anime sunflower, while someone with a human artist has to manually draw all that. That can take weeks or months in great detail. So I understand, but from a technical perspective, for someone that is trying to be a bar owner or owning a bar or something, or in a technical work field, all this is just a cried over spilled milk. They're all nonetheless it's just meaningless art that has nothing to do with technical employment opportunities. So that's why I don't see this as a big deal. I don't know why everyone's making a big deal or a big fuss out about it, but it is retarded. Ugh. So yeah, I understand that. So I am being responsible that I am disclosing that I use AI like ChatGPT. I am showing this again on this live stream here. Reading all this here on ChatGPT. In online communication, responsibility means researching a person before contacting them, sending relevant information, avoiding spam, and respecting boundaries. I welcome viewers who support community safety, public awareness, independent writing, responsible AI disclosure, anime development, and original storytelling. I also welcome I also welcome respectful criticism. Criticism, nobody has to agree with every decision I make. And you're not obligated to follow me. I'm not obligated to followers or so. I don't expect a lot of visitors or guests swinging by or trying to, be in the way. Sorry, I'm falling asleep. Maybe I should cut this live stream and go take a nap. Like I said, I'm not a morning person. I am falling asleep. I am yawning. I'm getting so sleepy. I hate having to wake up this early, taking my wife to work. I'll say it as it is. I don't like having to shoulder all the burden. I'm so freaking tired. I also welcome respectful criticism because, again, nobody has to agree with every decision I make. Nobody has to follow me. Nobody has to be my friend. Nobody's not obligated to hang out with me and wife. But yeah. However, I expect discussions to remain grounded in facts, fairness, and basic respect. This is General Sunbeam Live. Thank you for watching. Stay informed, stay aware, protect yourself and the people around you. Verify your information, respect creative work, and continue moving forward with purpose. And I'm going to say that's the memo. Oh my gosh. Yes, and continue moving forward, and that's the memo. I might do another live stream. I might continue the part three of this live stream because right now I'm tired. Sharing transparency here again, showing my AI here. I mean, I'm using ChatGPT and promoting my Instagram, General Sunbeam. Oh my gosh, I'm falling asleep. Yeah, I'm going to head off to bed. I'm going to take a nap. So, all the YouTube viewers, thank you for watching. Again, I'm just going to, oh my gosh, put on some news, do some AFK streaming, AFK news. Sorry for all that.
upload them to Amazon, and collect royalties every month.
All right, so we did want to share this with you, as it does look like this update from DOJ officials are talking
case, but we'll have to see, because they could also, create an opinion that also, kind of gives details or guidance on how the president could come back and do this again. We've seen them do that in past cases.
Andrea, birthright citizenship, that's not the only thing we're keeping an eye on here today. Another major issue involves temporary protected status, also known as TPS. Can you explain what TPS is and why today's decision could affect thousands of people living in the United States?
So TPS is a law that was passed in 1990 under President George H.W. Bush. It was used as a provision where if an immigrant cannot return back to their home country because of extraordinary conditions, whether that be war, a natural disaster, or for some reason the country cannot take back its own citizens, the United States uses this protection to allow those immigrants to work legal in the United States and to come forward to the government every 18 months, get vetted, renew their work permit. And that's been a system in place since the 90s. Now, typically, a president and an administration would make sure, in this case, they're challenging the future of TPS for Haiti and for Syria, two countries where the administration is saying conditions in those countries have improved and the people of TPS, we're ready to revoke that protection for them, right? So that means that there are about over 300,000 people actually from Haiti who could potentially lose their work permits and their status if the court decides that the president's termination of TPS for Haiti and Syria were lawful. Now, the reason why this is controversial is that TPS recipients often have very long established roots in the United States, and hundreds and thousands of them are in the workforce. And this case could ultimately implicate over 1 million TPS holders who live and work in the United States today. It could result in the biggest delegalization of immigrants that we've actually seen in modern history. So both cases will have huge impacts on people, but also the economy of the United States, right? Because imagine all of those employers, of those hundreds and thousands, up to 1 million people, suddenly won't be able to legally retain those workers.
And besides all of that, Andrea, really, we've been talking about how a lot of these remaining cases focus on how much authority a president has to direct federal policy. How could these rulings really reshape the balance of power when we're talking about the relationship between the White House, Congress, and the courts?
If in birthright, the court sided with the administration, it would be a pretty radical new interpretation of presidential power, because it could essentially mean any future president could potentially succeed in going around the process that is currently required to amend the Constitution, which requires you to go state by state and get states to agree to amend the text of the Constitution. If President Trump wins, that's sort of opening a door for the president to have far more power in reshaping our founding documents. Now, on TPS, the power would be giving the president also more authority to quickly terminate the legal status of hundreds of thousands of people. And so the president already has a lot of discretion in immigration law, but this would be very alarming, because what's at issue here is how the administration terminated TPS, or tried to. And so it would essentially say no court could review, if they side with the administration, no court could review a TPS termination. And you could imagine how that could create a slippery slope as well. For, President Trump has targeted Haitians for many years now and spread a lot of misinformation about this population. So imagine a court not being able to look at any decision a president makes on TPS. That would be a really big handoff from the Supreme Court to the executive branch.
So there's a lot to watch here today, Andrea. Is there anything else that you'd like to add for our viewers as we await these potential decisions to come out at 10 a.m. Eastern time?
I think I always like to say, it may be these may be immigration cases, but they will really reshape the law, as we just talked about, in terms of expanding presidential power, but they'll also have human impact and a huge economic impact. I think we treat immigration sometimes as something external to our communities, but really, when you look at Haitians in the United States, you see tens and thousands of care workers, caring for our families right now. They're very embedded in our communities. And so it will create shockwaves, not only for our economy, but for so many families in the United States if these decisions end up siding with the administration and if the court sides with the administration.
All right, Andrea Flores, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox and breaking it down. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And once again, we'll be bringing you live coverage here as those decisions are released at 10 a.m. Eastern time. We've also been...
From hard hats to steel-toed boots, Grainger's got your safety needs covered, literally. Shop Grainger's vast inventory of safety products. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Matino, and we have a pretty cool press conference set to get underway here very shortly. This takes us out to the nation's capital. And you're taking a look at the media seating area as we're still waiting to see what exactly this is going to entail and what time. But here's what we know right now is this is going to be focused on the undercroft of the Lincoln Memorial. So a century-old secret hidden beneath the feet of former President Abraham Lincoln, opening to the public today with a new video from the U.S. Department of the Interior teasing some of the never-before-seen views on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. And now we're getting that live look of this press conference as once again, this is opening here today. Visitors will be able to explore the newly unveiled Lincoln Memorial Undercroft, which is this massive 15,000 square foot museum located directly beneath this monument, and that's for free with advance reservations. Now, for 100 years, the structural chamber has sat vacant, resembling a two-story shopping mall supported by a grid of 122 giant concrete pillars. This project, backed by $26 million in federal funds and $48 million from the National Park Foundation, has been 10 years in the making, with construction officially beginning in 2023. Now, just several years later, this is going to be opening to the public. And I'm going to work here to see if we can actually get some of the video that was released from the U.S. Department of the Interior on X, because it is pretty cool to see the renovations and what this is going to look like. So once that does get underway here, I'll bring this to you. Also going to have my producer, Charles, see if we can download some of that really cool video that they have there for us. So just wanted to let you know we'll be bringing that to you. Again, unclear of the time. This did just pop in here for us. But once again, those comments set to get underway here from the National Park Service shortly. In the meantime, I do want to take you back out to some of those comments here that we heard from Secretary of State Marco Rubio just a bit earlier this morning. We were sharing them here with you a short time ago. Let's continue to listen in.
Oman, that there would be no fee or tolling system imposed, including after a specific commitment from Oman that there was zero interest in a tolling or fee system, including after the 60-day negotiation.
I don't know if it's been issued yet, but we have a joint statement that's coming from our meeting, and it makes it abundantly clear. And so I would just reiterate the point that I made earlier. And I said this, I don't know if you guys were there in the open portion of it. I said fees and tolls are the same thing to me. Okay, if you're paying someone to go there, I don't care if you call it a fee or a toll or a donation, it's a toll. That's how we're going to define it. That's international waterway. There isn't a nation on earth that supports having to pay money to go through the straits. And think about it this way. If you have, it's not even workable. Let's suppose that we went crazy and lost our minds completely and decided to agree to have a tolling or a fee mechanism. How would that work? It's not doable, because what's the consequence for not paying? Let's say a ship says, well, I'm not going to pay the fee. It's not like a toll on a road. You don't get a ticket in the mail. They get shot at. You shoot at one ship, you sink one ship, no other ship is going to move. So that sort of system is not only unwise, it can't happen, it's not even workable. So you might as well abandon the fantasy now. So I think we've been clear. You can call it a fee, you can call it a toll, call it whatever you want. If you are charging money to use the straits, we won't support it, we won't tolerate it, we won't allow it. And I think there was unanimity in that room on that point.
Mr. Secretary, two things. One on Venezuela. Do you have a dollar amount of assistance yet, or is it too early?
Well, it's too early. I mean, we don't, right now we know they need, remember, unfortunately living in South Florida, living through both hurricanes, but other things that have impacted the Caribbean basin. What often happens is you have to wait and see what the needs are. The most immediate need, the one they need right now is search and rescue. That's the one they need immediately, because you got to get people out of that rubble within 48 hours or they won't survive. And so that's the first thing we're going to respond to. In the process of that response, we'll begin to assess what else they need. It is my guess, based on, what I know about these sorts of things, that they're going to need a place. How do you house all of these people in the short term? So we'll have a better understanding of that. It's not even 12 hours yet.
Right.
So we don't have a number on it yet, but I know the president's made a full commitment to being supportive of Venezuela.
And then secondly, are you aware, has any, or are you aware of any of the frozen money that Qatar holds being transferred already to Iran?
Well, I'm not aware of that. I don't think anyone in our system has said that. So I don't know if you're responding to some news or anything that's out there, but as of right now, we're not aware of any money, nor have we agreed for any money to be transferred.
Okay, so that all that money is still there.
As far as that's our understanding, and there's no agreement on that point, so that better be the case.
More about the outcomes with the meeting with His Majesty the King today, please.
It was very positive. Look, again, we just came, first of all, this is a long-term relationship. We've been here for decades, so this is not a new relationship between our countries. So obviously, as always, just express gratitude for all the support they gave us during this conflict. And the second is just to reiterate the points I made with you, and that is that we obviously are, the president, the United States, if we can make a deal with Iran that's good for everybody, we want to do it. We're going to give it every chance to succeed, but also to make the point that we're not going to do anything or agree to anything that they're not aware of, that our partners in the area are not aware of, that our partners in the area are not aligned with, and that in any way could undermine their security and their stability. So to reassure them of these points, the same points we made in the GCC meeting.
Mr. Secretary, in the meeting with the GCC allies, did any of them make any commitments to pay into this $300 billion reconstruction?
No, it was not discussed. I mean, the reconstruction, that's way down the road, and that's something, that'll be dealt with at the appropriate time in this process. But that was not discussed by anybody.
So you're drawing your red lines on both Hormuz and also nuclear program. If Iran rejects one of those terms, what would Washington's next move be?
Well, look, the president has multiple options at his disposal. If Iran goes back on their word, or if Iran decides they don't want to make a deal, let's hope that's not the case. We don't want that to be the case. We're going to give diplomacy every chance to work. We've got a good team working on it. And so if it doesn't work out, the president knows what his options are. But I'm not going to discuss what those options are with you. But the president has a lot of options at his disposal.
Anaman. Very blunt terms to describe Iran's leadership. You used to call them, you did.
Yeah.
You used to call them religious theocratic lunatics. Do you still believe that language applies to the leadership today?
Well, look, it's not that I believe it. It's the fact of the matter. I mean, the Iranian system is led by clerics, radical clerics. That's what it's always been led by, and that's what it continues to be led by. That said, we also have to manage the geopolitics of the situation. And then there's if they've changed their mindset, or if they've changed their approach to their relations with the United States and their neighbors, then we're going to give this thing a chance to work. Maybe this changed. I'm not saying it has. I'm saying the president wants to explore whether that's the case. And if it has, we're going to find out. But we're not going to find out because of what they say. We're going to find out because of what they do. We're going to judge them by their actions. And we'll test that proposition and see. And no one says it's going to be easy, because I think at the end, we know that people that are still at the top levels of that government are people that adhere to the same theology and the same mentality as the people that have led it in the past. They've got some people in the political branches that seem more flexible or more willing to work with us. Those are the ones we're negotiating with. We'll see how it works out.
Last month, President Trump threatened to bomb Oman if they impose tolls on the strait. And just today, you mentioned that no two nations should be able to impose tolls on a natural strait. What are you satisfied? Is the current bilateral relationship with Oman now in a good place? And are you convinced they're not playing games with respect to that issue?
Our relationship with Oman is fine. Ultimately, there's not going to be any fees or tolls. There's not going to be any, and they've signed, they were there in the meeting today, and they said it, that they're not in favor of a tolling system. So that's good. I'm glad to hear them say that.
I do have to ask, because just a few weeks ago, there was the hypothetical threat to bomb Oman. So it didn't seem to be okay a few weeks ago. So
I can only talk to you about today. And today they said in the meeting, and they signed on to the statement that said there isn't going to be any fees or tolls. And so I think that's good news that they signed on to that.
Mr. Secretary, back to Venezuela, if I may. There was a stabilization process ongoing.
Yeah.
You obviously played a huge role in that. Are you worried that this earthquake could upend that process?
Right now, I'm not worried about that. Right now, we're worried that there are people trapped in rubble. We want to help them get out. Some of those people have relatives that live in the United States, but no matter what, the United States has always responded to humanitarian crisis, especially in our own hemisphere. That's what we're focused on now. Obviously, earthquakes are not part of the stabilization process, but these are things you don't plan for. But we're faced with this, and now we have to respond to it, and we will in a very positive way. And we're glad to see that other countries in the region are stepping up. El Salvador, for example, and President Bukele has not had a relationship or a positive one with Venezuela. And he was one of the first to step up and offer assistance with the search and rescue team from El Salvador. So right now, we're just going to focus on the human aspect of this. There are human beings that have been harmed, that have been hurt. Some have been killed. Some have been severely injured, and some are still trapped in rubble. We're going to focus on that. How that fits into the broader stabilization process, I don't think we're analyzing it through that lens. Obviously, it's a setback in that regard, but we're going to get through it, and I think Venezuela is going to emerge stronger from it, despite the tragedy that it's confronting right now.
Mr. Secretary, the MOU did not include a specific number of years during which Iran could not develop nuclear weapons. Should a final agreement have a specific number, and is the U.S. pushing for that?
No, why would an MOU would not have that? Because the MOU is not a final agreement. An MOU just creates the construct and the outlines for a negotiation. And there's no doubt that as part of that negotiation, very specific terms like years and limits will be discussed. And that includes the mechanisms by which it's verified and enforced.
But is there a number of years
just heard this morning there is negotiation will take place between GCC and Iran and Iraq regarding Hormuz. Do you support this kind?
What's this now? I'm sorry.
We just heard this morning there is negotiation will take place between GCC and Iran and Iraq regarding Hormuz. Do you support?
I'm not aware of that. I'm not seeing that report. That wasn't discussed with me today. But I've not seen that report, so I can't comment on it.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Is the GCC working on some direct agreement with Iran in order to ease tensions?
Well, I can't speak for the communications. These countries on a bilateral level, I imagine, have always had communication. And for example, Qatar has been a key mediator in this regard. But as far as our MOU process that we're going to be involved in, what we discussed today is that there will be I hate using this term mechanism because it's now been used for everything, but there will be a system set up where every step of the way, as developments occur in both the technical and political talks surrounding the MOU, they will be included. We're going to make sure they're up to date on everything that's being discussed, on everything that's being considered, and we can get their points of view and their interests aligned with ours in that regard.
Many of you coming here, you're Italian.
The missile strikes during the recent, yes. But there was no mention for that in the U.S.-Iran memorandum of understanding. What would you comment on that?
Well, look, I think there's a misunderstanding. A memorandum of understanding is not supposed to be like an all-encompassing document. It basically just creates the outlines for a negotiation process. And that's what the MOU did. I mean, it had some specific things about immediately reopening the straits and so forth. But what it ultimately does is create the outlines for a process of negotiation. Within that process, I imagine there'll be many things discussed. And on the specifics about the GCC, one of the things that was mentioned today, which is of great interest to them, is they want some sort of funding for reconstruction. They suffer damages. They want to be compensated for those damages. So I would imagine that as part of the MOU process and as part of their engagement with us in that process, that items such as that are going to come up. Okay.
Your Italian counterpart canceled an engagement prior to your coming here because of the spike in tensions between President Trump and Prime Minister Meloni. Have you addressed that tension? Have you spoken to your counterpart?
I spoke to him last Friday when he made it. Was a Friday or Saturday, whatever day they decided not to come. We have a number of agreements on critical minerals and other things that we are lined up, and those will be signed in due course. And we'll get through it. I talked to him. I have a good relationship with him. He called me, told me he wasn't going to come to Miami. I was headed here anyway, so it worked out fine, I guess. I mean, it was unfortunate that an event like that got interrupted. I thought they should have still come, but that said, we had some agreements ready to sign. We're still going to get them signed soon. We'll just find a place to do it.
Can you talk about this turn the page and rebuild trust between two allies?
Yeah, I looked. Our relations with Italy continue unimpeded at at every level, military level, other levels. Obviously, the president's very upset. He feels like not just Italy, but other countries in a time in which we were confronting a threat, not just to us, but more particularly to Europe. Many European countries did not step up and do enough. They weren't there. Italy, unfortunately, among that. But, we'll work through that. But his points of view on this have been very clear. It should not be surprising to anybody. He's been repeatedly, he said it again yesterday. He has, and I'm sure those points will come up again during the NATO summit in a couple of weeks.
Last week, Vice President Vance said in the Situation Room that sometimes President Trump is frustration because every time...
Not in the Situation Room.
The briefing room.
Yeah. What are you doing in the Situation Room? How do you briefing room. Okay.
He said that President Trump was sometimes frustrated because every time a deal between Israel and Lebanon was close, Israel would launch some sort of bomb that would kill a number of civilians in Beirut, and it didn't seem to be productive. A lot of Republicans thought that those comments were inappropriate in Congress.
All right. And those were some comments once again from Secretary of State Marco Rubio this morning. But right now we're hearing from Mike Litteris with the National Park Service there in Washington, D.C. as the Lincoln Memorial Undercroft is opening. Let's head over there and listen in live.
Nice ribbon cutting. And then after a few minutes, I ask you to just wait. After a few minutes, it'll be open for everybody to come through. All right. So, first of all, I'm very honored to have you here today, and I'm very honored to be able to host this. The opening, this is a long time coming, over 10 years. I want to thank the National Park Foundation, the National Park Service, and our philanthropic donors that has been able to make this dream come true. This is a grand reveal of the entire memorial. The top part and the bottom part were built together, but this is a reveal. So when you go through the doors for yourself, it'll be like opening, it'll blow you away. Trust me. I just want to take a moment to thank you, not only you, but also all the people that put this together over the years, the artists, the architects, the engineers, the designers, and of course, the sweat of all the workers that put it together to begin with. When you go through this activity, this exhibit really honors the people that built this, not only in the past, but also today. Now I'd like to invite Ms.
Want to lose weight without losing muscle? Factor got me there. I was tired of all the cutting and bulking cycles, so instead of trying to out-diet myself, I swapped 1 or 2 meals a day for Factor. They're chef-made, so they're actually delicious and satisfying, but each meal is also portion-controlled and full of protein, so my calories stay in check without me losing muscle. I'm down 8 pounds in 8 weeks, all without feeling miserable or settling for bland, boring meal prep that took hours to make myself. This took me 2 minutes. No planning or cooking, so I'm not burning out. I'm actually staying consistent. If you care about performance and efficiency, this is the smarter way to lose weight.
Moments in American history. As Superintendent Grease shared, the opening of the Undercroft is a long-awaited occasion. Dedicated National Park Service engineers, architects, project to fruition. I want to thank them for their service and stewardship. I'd also like to thank our philanthropic partners who have provided crucial support. I want to particularly thank Mr. David Rubenstein for his generous donation that helped kickstart this project. want to thank Mr. Ken Griffin for generously loaning the Emancipation Proclamation and the 13th Amendment. These historic documents illuminate President Lincoln's enduring impact and our nation's continued pursuit of its founding ideals. Lastly, thank you to the National Park Foundation, which has supported this project from the beginning. Several donors that are here today, including the Bailey Foundation. The generosity of these and other partners mean that today we can celebrate our partnership by welcoming visitors to this space like never before. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Jeff Reinbold, President and CEO of the National Park Foundation. Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica. What a great morning. Congratulations to you, to Superintendent Grease, everyone from the National Park Service. It's great to see some of the folks who worked on this and built it, and some retired Park Service folks, everyone who had a hand in getting it to this point and seeing it through. So for more than a century, the space beneath this memorial has been seen by only a very few. That's about to change. The National Park Foundation is proud to have invested $48.5 million on top of the federal investment to bring the Undercroft to life. That investment came from a small group of donors who believed that we could do even more to help people understand President Lincoln and his legacy. I want to acknowledge Mr. David Rubenstein, who led this effort, whose founding gift more than a decade ago made every step that followed possible. And David, I'd also like to acknowledge your generosity and leadership in patriotic philanthropy, making this project possible, but also major investments in the Washington Monument, the Thomas Jefferson Memorial, as well as other National Park Service sites around here. And if you haven't been to the Thomas Jefferson Memorial recently, the National Park Service just opened up the lower level and a renovated visitor area there. Go see it. It's fantastic. In a few moments, the doors will open, and school groups and families and visitors from around the country and around the world will walk into a space that's been decades in the making for them. I have vivid memories of coming to the Lincoln Memorial as a kid during the bicentennial. And as America turns 250, let's hope what today's kids discover within the exhibit and within the Undercroft will stay with them as well. Our national parks exist because someone before us made a commitment to not only protect these places, but to make sure that they're cared for into the future. The philanthropy that made this project possible, against significant odds at times, is part of that same commitment. So please join with me in introducing our lead donor, Mr. David Rubenstein.
Thank you very much, Jeff. And I want to thank you, the Park Foundation, the Park Service, the Interior Department, members of Congress that are here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and the Secretary of Interior. Thank you for your leadership in this as well. The reason this is important is because Lincoln was our greatest president. Lincoln kept the country together against great odds. There were many people who didn't want to keep the country together. He fought to do it. And without that, this country wouldn't be what it is today. So the reason this is the most popular site in Washington is because people recognize that Lincoln was an extraordinary person of great humility and great talent. And so as people come here to see the Undercroft and to see the Lincoln Memorial, I hope all of them learn more about Lincoln. And that's the whole purpose of the Undercroft and the whole purpose of the museum and everything we have here, to make sure younger people understand why it is that we honor Lincoln, why it is this country is so great, and why we're so fortunate to have had people like Lincoln serve this country. So I want to thank everybody who's here participating in this, making this possible. And I just look forward to having many, many citizens around the country coming here to see this and hopefully learning much more about Lincoln and about our country. Thank you very much.
Got to watch out for those things. So, thank you very much for your remarks. And now I'd like to introduce the Department of the Interior Secretary, Mr. Doug Bergen.
Thank you, Kevin. Good morning, everybody. What an incredible day it's to be all here together at this historic moment of the opening of the Undercroft Museum. And I do, he's been thanked several times, but I do want to thank David Rubenstein. The only thing that's better than a patriotic, generous philanthropist is one who's also an award-winning author who understands this history. We're blessed to have you. Thank you for all the contributions you've made up and down the mall. Thank you. But today is a day for gratitude. It's a day for reflection. It's a day for celebration. And it's a day for a new beginning, a new historic beginning. In addition to David, there are so many other donors that are here and so many other groups. I know that the Trust for the National Mall is represented here. I know we've got the many people from the National Park Foundation that serve on the National Park Foundation board that have also been generous donors to this and many other projects. And of course, without the support of Congress, and it's great to see Chairman Bruce Westerman here. Bruce right now has been working diligently on the reauthorization of the Great American Outdoors Act, which would help for deferred maintenance across our national parks. So important. But for everybody that's contributing to help keep these projects going for America, let's give them all a big hand. Thank you. And of course, across the Department of Interior and the National Parks Department, so many people to thank. So many of them were working so hard this summer as we celebrate. But we've got our Assistant Secretary for Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, Kevin Lilly here, Kate McGregor, our Deputy Secretary. We have Jody Hansen, the Department of Interior Chief of Staff, and of course, our park leadership who've already spoken up here, Jessica, Kevin, and of course, Jeff in his role leading the Park Foundation, but also former superintendent of the mall. So many people here, and you see them all here as they're wearing the flat hats. We got rangers, we got interpreters, we've got so many national park people, and we've got the U.S. Park Police that are here, both making sure that everybody is safe and also on the beautiful mounted. We've got Cleo, Funston, Guinness, and maybe Sybil's here too. I'm not sure. Delilah is here. Okay, there they are. They're right back there. Look at that, just like perfect, picture perfect. Way to go, team. Thank you for all you do. But today is a great day, and I think as we stand here before the reflecting pool, understanding that the reflecting pool was part of this monument from the very conception when this was designed in the 19-teens, opened around 1922. The reflection pool was put there for a purpose. It not only reflects the two iconic monuments of Washington and Lincoln, Washington without whom the improbable experiment of America would never have begun, never would have succeeded. The whole winning of the Revolutionary War, the audaciousness of declaring an aspirational set of goals at our founding, and even at a time when the nation was flawed and divided. And then 85 years later, in 1861, it all comes to a head with the Civil War and the succession and this brutal, battle of our country against itself. And the nation, as David said, that the fate of the nation hung in the balance, and a lot of the weight of the world was on one individual, Abraham Lincoln, and he got us through that. So how fitting that we're here today, reflecting on our past of the last 250 years, but also reflecting on the abundance that's been created, the incredible opportunities that have been created for America, and the incredible role that America has played in the world in the last century, including helping to win 2 world wars. There's 36 columns around the Lincoln Memorial. They represent the 36 states that were part of the Union at the time of Lincoln's passing. Underneath, where you're going to have an opportunity to walk into, I think many people, the tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people that have visited the Lincoln Memorial probably think that this beautiful memorial is placed on a hill. But of course, this was all a swamp. This was reclaimed land. And as you'll walk in here, you'll understand that the Lincoln Memorial is essentially built on the roof of a cathedral. And that cathedral underneath is 122 arched columns, that support the entire weight of this monument. It's an incredible space, 50,000 square feet of space, essentially unoccupied. It's got some cool stalactites and stalagmites from the dripping calcium that comes down below. It looks not quite like as cool as Mammoth Cave, one of our national parks, but it's very cave-like. But through the vision of a number of people, 15,000 feet have been carved out to create this amazing museum that you're about to see. And of course, as was noted, in addition to the generosity of actually building and designing and constructing this incredible museum, the donation from Ken Griffin of the documents that were handled and touched and signed by Abraham Lincoln really bring the story to life for all of those visitors. But it's in the moment like this as we celebrate our 250, when we've got a deep respect for the past and for the people that brought us to where we are, where we've got gratitude for the abundance of the present. It's important that we also provide inspiration for the future. And when America was founded, there may have been flaws that helped divide us. But again, some of the aspirations of the Declaration of Independence were perfect. They're still used today to help us understand the opportunity and what we can become. And America was founded on the belief that all men are created equal. They're endowed with these inalienable rights, free to govern themselves in the pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. But just like this memorial here, which is built on an incredibly strong foundation, our country is built on a deep, strong foundation of those original founding documents. And we fought for those freedoms now for 250 years. And as we celebrate now and we think about DC becoming safe and beautiful, we think about how fountains are back on, monuments have been cleaned, graffiti is gone, and that we're welcoming the world to come and see. We can see the success, and this is, again, a great teamwork. But this very ribbon cutting that we're here today that shows what can happen if we've got leadership at the federal level, if we've got private sector organizations and philanthropists in a shared belief that we can all come together as one to build a better future. So today we open more than just a museum. We open a doorway into America's past, America's present, and the opportunity for our future. And so again, when I think about the young people, so many, the tour groups that come here, every time I'm over here, I always see young people. I hope that some of those, when they go through this museum and they not only visit upstairs and see the powerful words of Lincoln engraved in the walls above, but when they come through here and understand the meaning of the documents and the history of how this memorial was built and its impact and the impact of Abraham Lincoln on our country, that they too will be inspired. In just a short time, on July 1st, we're going to have an opportunity to open the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library at the entrance to Theodore Roosevelt National Park in one of our 63 flagship national parks. As part of that project, we've created a AI Teddy. We've taken all of the written and spoken words of Theodore Roosevelt and put it into an AI model, and you'll actually be able to have a conversation with him. And if you ask AI Teddy, who was your favorite president? You know what he's going to say? Lincoln. He had a picture of Lincoln in his office, and that portrait of Lincoln that he gazed upon when he was a young child, about 6 years old, leaning out of the window in New York, another national park site, his birthplace. The procession of Lincoln's funeral went by, because after Lincoln died, the funeral procession went through New York on the way to Illinois by train. So as a young boy, he was influenced, and he saw that this great individual, this great leader, Lincoln, had helped save the country. And that was also an inspiration for him. So I encourage everybody here today to reflect upon President Lincoln's sacrifice, but also his belief that the best days of America are ahead and America's potential. In addition to just observing, I also challenge each of you, as Theodore Roosevelt challenged all of us, to get into the arena, to do something yourself, to make a difference in terms of citizenship, in terms of conservation, in terms of our history, and in terms of leadership. So with that, with all of you and with with everyone who visits, we can make sure that our future is bolder, brighter, and greater than ever before. Again, thank you to all of you that are here today. Thank you to all of you that made it possible. And we look. Let's cut a ribbon and let's get people inside this amazing museum. Thank you. Okay, and those of you that are on the ribbon cutting, as you see these things, we've something I'm sure your mother told you: do not run with these giant scissors. Very dangerous.
All right, we're now going to be doing the ribbon cutting, and after 124 years and a decade plus of effort to get this open, you're about to participate in a reveal that's unlike any other, and I just want to say thank you very much, appreciate that. And like the National Park Service mission for our citizens to participate and enjoy, you're going to help me participate in the ribbon cutting when we get there. You're going to help me count it down and energize them to cut the ribbons correctly. Right? Right. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, right here. Just photo right here in the center, please. Okay. Excellent.
Even the ribbon's excited.
Make your browser fast. Make your browser safe. Make your browser Chrome. Choose Google Chrome for your computer.
Oh, I got more help this time. Okay, we're going to count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then we're going to cut. All right, these are voice-activated scissors. They don't work unless you help me. All right, just let you know.
Before we go, everybody that's got a scissors, look up. The scissors open. Everybody look at the camera. Look at it, Andrew.
Right here.
No cutting yet.
Right here. Okay. All right, excellent.
Okay, now we count.
All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cut. All right.
So once again, we're watching here this live ribbon cutting for the Lincoln Memorial Undercroft. That's underneath the Lincoln Memorial. It's been closed for a very long time. Renovations now complete there, and the media is set to get a tour here this morning. You can also visit for yourself, and I'm going to share in just a matter of moments here how you can do that as that press conference looks like it's concluding. This is just some of the simulations here of what the Undercroft now looks like. And our Fox 5 DC team, I imagine, is going to be heading in there in just a matter of moments to actually get some footage inside. Now, I wanted to share here with you how you can go in yourself, because this is open to the public starting today. And here's how you do that. For anyone who is asking, just give me 1 second here. I want to frame this up so that you're able to see all of this information, because I'm going to be pulling this directly from the National Park Service's website. This is the best I can get it here. Let's share it with you. So this is going to be by reservation only. You have to get tickets for this. It says timed entry tickets are required to visit the Undercroft, but tickets, they are free with a small service fee for advanced reservations. Here's how you can get them. You can reserve tickets online. Once again, you can head to the National Park Service's website at recreation.gov, or you can call 877-444-6777. You can reserve those tickets up to 30 days in advance. New tickets are available at 11 a.m. daily, and each reservation allows you up to 6 tickets. You can bring your family, you can bring your friends. Once again, tickets are free. However, there is that $1 service fee that applies per reservation. And for same-day tickets, distribution begins at 8:45 a.m. One person may get up to 6 tickets for an available ticket time. So once we get our footage in here from our Fox 5 DC team inside the Undercroft, we will be bringing that to you here as well on Live Now from Fox. An exciting day there in Washington, D.C. And thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Mattino. We are going to step away for a commercial break. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We just watched live the ribbon cutting ceremony for the Lincoln Memorial Undercroft. And I shared some information about the history of the Undercroft. Maybe you were listening. Let's find out. All right. So we want to see your knowledge of DC history here. And you can weigh in. When was the Lincoln Memorial Undercroft last open to the public? 1860, 1922? 1865 or 1914. Some of these are trick questions. I'll give you a little hint, or trick answers rather. You can scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen or head to livenowfox.com/connect. Once again, that is livenowfox.com/connect. That question, when was the Lincoln Memorial Undercroft last open to the public? Your options, 1860, 1922, 1865, 1914. So weigh in here. You can scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner of your screen by opening up the camera app on your smartphone or head to livenowfox.com/connect. We just heard from Interior Secretary Doug Burgum as he was speaking on this. This has been closed for many years. However, those renovations to the Undercroft, those began back in 2023. And now today, the Undercroft is opening to the public. So as you weigh in with your answers here, I just wanted to let you know we're keeping an eye on the feed here from our Fox 5 DC team because it appears they might be getting an inside look there at the Undercroft. We just saw our team walk in with cameras. And I'll just take you out to it. Okay, so we got one answer coming in here. That's 1922. That's 100% of the vote. Okay, 1865. Thank you all for weighing in here. 1914. Okay, so again, as you can see here, this all updates in real time on Live Now from Fox. So we like to bring those polls to you, and we love to see what you're all thinking. And don't worry, I will reveal the correct answer here. I just want to give you all a chance to vote. And I did give you the answer actually a little while ago. My producer Charles did tell me here. So maybe you were listening or maybe you're just tuning in. Once again, some of these answers, these are trick questions, trick answers. I keep saying trick questions. So this is interesting to see your thoughts. All right, Charles, how many people have voted? Do you think we should close the poll? Okay, so we've actually had a lot of people voting here. So I think we're going to close the poll in, let's do a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, what's the correct answer? Let's see. The correct answer is 1922. That's actually around the time when the Lincoln Memorial was built. The Undercroft has been closed to the public for a little over 100 years, but that all changes today. It's opening up. So those trick questions were 1860 and 1865, those trick answers rather, because the Lincoln Memorial had not been built by then. So thank you all so much for weighing in here on Live Now from Fox. That was fun. And also just to show you here, this feed that is coming in from our DC team, they are currently going through security. I believe this is the camera going through security here as they're set to get this tour of the Undercroft. So we're going to continue to monitor that feed. And if we can get that inside tour as our team is now walking in there, you can see to get that media tour, we're going to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. But once again, looks like they're walking in. They're in the process of heading in to give us that tour. So what we're going to do here is we are just going to step away for another commercial break. But before we do, I also wanted to let you know that very shortly here, we are anticipating several decisions to be released by the Supreme Court. And we're going to be monitoring the SCOTUS blog. Essentially, that's a live feed here, where those decisions are released to the public, to the media, and we're going to be bringing that to you here in real time, keeping you updated here if we do get those major decisions. Once again, those big decisions that we're expecting here today center around President Trump and his presidential authority, one of them being birthright citizenship, the other is temporary protective status. So that's all set to start coming down here in about 30 minutes time. Now, tomorrow is also a decisions day on Friday, so it's possible that we won't get any of those decisions until tomorrow as well. But as I've been saying here, the term for the Supreme Court that is coming to a close here very shortly as they are set to leave Washington, the justices, at the end of June, very early July. So only a few more days here to get those major decisions. All right, we are going to step away for that commercial break on Live Now from Fox. And thank you so much for playing trivia with us. It was fun to see your responses. All right, we do have more live events on the way here. Stay with us. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Matino, and happy Thursday to you. We're awaiting several live events to get underway here. As you can see, we've got all of these live feeds, and this one has just popped up for us here. And sometimes these feeds pop in. We're not exactly sure what they are. So let's just go out to a live. We do know it's coming out of New York. Let's listen in to this press conference.
His family has now spent weeks mourning an unimaginable loss and is still waiting for answers. They deserve justice, and our community deserves accountability. Today, alongside our law enforcement partners, and I want to give a shout out to the 109th Precinct and the detectives who are here, and many community leaders, we're announcing an increase in the reward being offered for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the individual responsible for Avrami's murder. We hope that this increased reward will encourage anyone who may have information, no matter how small it may seem, to come forward. We know that investigators have worked tirelessly on this case. We also know the shooting happened in broad daylight. We know it happened in a heavily used public park. So we know there were individuals in the area who may have seen something, heard something, and possessed some information that could help connect the remaining pieces of this investigation. So if you were in or around Casino Park that afternoon, surveillance footage, a ring camera, video, photos, any information that has not been yet shared with law enforcement, now is the time to come forward. One tip could make the difference in this case. One piece of information could help bring justice to the Itzkowitz family. So to anyone who may be hesitant, remember that tips to Crime Stoppers can be provided anonymously. Your identity will be protected, but the information could help solve a homicide and remove a dangerous individual from our streets. Avrami Albert Itzkowitz was more than a victim in a police report. He was a man who mattered deeply to his family, his friends, and this community. We will not allow this case to be forgotten. We will not stop pushing until those responsible are held accountable. Today is about sending a clear message. The Queens community stands with this family. We stand with law enforcement in the pursuit of justice. And we are asking and begging the public to help bring closure to this heartbreaking case. And with that, our next speaker is going to be Tzvi Yoni Itzkowitz, the son of Mr. Itzkowitz.
Thank you, everyone, for being here this morning. It's hard to believe that it's been 38 days since my dad, Avrami Itzkowitz, was taken from us in broad daylight. During that time, we have seen the dedication, sensitivity, and tireless effort of the NYPD and District Attorney's Office. We appreciate everything they've done so far and will continue to do to solve the mystery of who would want to harm a sweet, defenseless, elderly man simply enjoying the hot days he loves so much. Please know that our frustrations lie with the investigative process and not the people. We are desperate for answers and have found ourselves in emotional limbo over the past month. Crime Stoppers has increased its reward to $10,000 for information leading to an arrest and conviction. Our family is matching that reward, bringing the total reward to $20,000. If you were in Casino Park on May 18th, and you may have heard or seen something, or if you have any information to share on the case at all, we ask that you please come forward. Thank you again to everyone working this case.
We traveled to 10 countries last year and had some unforgettable experiences. We've been using TripAdvisor to plan what we do on our holidays, and it has been a game changer. With experiences globally, we explore and book things to do before even arriving at our destination, like the dolphin tour in Zanzibar or our first time on the London Eye. And what we really love is that experiences are backed by reviews and guidance from travelers, making the right choice easy. So if you're like us and want to spend less time searching and more time actually enjoying your holiday, download TripAdvisor and book your next unmissable experience.
He had an extraordinary optimism and a warmth that made everyone around him feel valued. For many years, Daddy worked in the family bakery business, and the way he greeted every customer left such an impression that decades later, people who had long since moved away still remembered Daddy's smile. He also served as the rabbi responsible for ensuring that a local nursing home's food was kosher, caring for the spiritual needs of residents for over 20 years. Daddy had a sense of humor that could light up any room. He was a volunteer EMT who spent countless hours responding when people needed help day or night. He never had a bad word to say about anyone. He always chose kindness and he always saw the good. But above all else, Daddy was a family man. He was a devoted husband, and he was the greatest father and grandfather we could have asked for. He never missed a school function. He never missed a family milestone, and he treated every grandchild as if they were the most important person in the world. That is why it's so impossible to comprehend that a man who spent his entire life caring for others could be taken from us in such a violent and senseless way. 5 weeks ago, Daddy was murdered in broad daylight while sitting in the Queen's Park here, a quiet place he regularly visited during his lunch break. He was not involved in a dispute. He was not committing any crime. His wallet was still on him. He was simply sitting there, an Orthodox Jewish man dressed as he was, a rabbi going about his day. And 5 weeks later, the NYPD has still announced no arrest, no suspect, no leads, and no publicly stated motive. That is unacceptable. This was not some random crime in some random place. The circumstances demand answers. In a city where anti-Semitic incidents have surged, where Jewish New Yorkers have increasingly been targeted because of who they are, we cannot ignore what happened here. Daddy was visibly Jewish. He was targeted in broad daylight. He was killed in a public park where he should have been safe. The city cannot treat this as just another case file. The full force of the city must come down on Queens. Every resource, every detective, every investigative tool must be used to find who did this and why. His family deserves answers. The Jewish community deserves answers. The community Daddy so diligently cared for and gave back to throughout his life deserves answers. The city must pursue every lead, find every witness, review every piece of evidence, and bring the person or people responsible to justice. And to anyone who knows something, who heard something, who saw something, or has any information that can help solve this crime, we are asking you, please come forward. Help us find justice for our father. Help us bring peace to a family that lost an irreplaceable man far too soon.
Thank you, Leah.
So we're listening in there to New York State Assembly members and family as they're holding this memorial for a grandfather who was fatally shot. Now, according to our Fox 5 New York team, this all happened back in May. And New York City police have ruled the death of a kosher bakery owner found dead as a homicide. A very sad story there. And we'll continue to listen into that press conference here on the other side of this commercial break. Stay with us on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christy Matino. Before we head back out to this press conference in New York that we're listening into before the break, I wanted to remind you that we're keeping an eye on the Supreme Court here, as in a matter of moments at 10 a.m. Eastern time, we are going to be watching to see if major decisions are going to be released here today. Tomorrow is another decision day. So a lot of these key cases that we're still waiting on here as it relates to President Trump and his administration, those could come tomorrow, but we do have the SCOTUS blog pulled up here right now. And this is basically where we get those decision announcements as they're happening live. So as you can see, this is the live feed here. A lot of media in this chat, but this is where those decisions get released. So the blog has started here, but those decisions not set for another 12 minutes. We just wanted to let you know we're keeping an eye there on the Supreme Court as we head back out to New York, where we were listening in to this press conference with the New York Assembly members, as well as a family, as they're holding this memorial and this press conference for a grandfather who was fatally shot. So we're going to head back out to that live. On the other side of that is my colleague, Stephanie Quinney. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox.
This is our business. We should take an active part in this. So I'm imploring this community to please, if you see something, and I believe there's someone who must have seen something. It was a very busy day in that park. To please come forward and share that information. I'm also just going to say a few words in Chinese, just because I know a lot of the Asian community uses park. 早上好，我是纽约市议员黄敏仪。我们今天来是因为5个星期以前，有一个老人家被谋杀了。可是现在我们还没有什么新的材料，没有新的证据。我们真的需要我们这个社区，要是那一天你有看到什么、听到什么，我们真的需要你们来跟我们那个警察局，跟我们说发生什么事情。因为现在我们真的需要你的帮忙。谢谢大家。Thank you, everyone.
And next, we're going to hear from Assemblymember Weprin.
Good morning. Thank you all for coming out. It's very important that we highlight this particular incident. I don't know if it's been fully investigated or adjudicated on whether this is a hate crime. Clearly, Mr. Itzkowitz is visibly Jewish with a beard and a yarmulke. And there's no question that this should be fully investigated as a potential hate crime. It's very important that a crime that occurs in the middle of the day in a public park, and I want to thank the family for increasing the reward and coming forward. But we really need justice for Mr. Itzkowitz, for the Itzkowitz family, and for the entire community. And we can't rest until the perpetrator is apprehended. But certainly, I think with the rise of anti-Semitism throughout the city, throughout the state, and certainly even right here in Queens, we have to look at this as a potential hate crime until it's determined that it's not. So I'm here to support the family, to support the community, and please, if you know something or know anybody, please come forward with anything, any bit of evidence. And I know the Itzkowitz family is going through a lot. The community is going through a lot, and we have to make sure that the NYPD takes this very seriously, puts a lot of priority on it, and looks into it as a potential hate crime. Thank you.
So as has been said, a lot of folks frequent this park. On any given day, hundreds of people come through, whether they're doing Tai Chi in the morning, walking their dogs, doing daycare pickup across the street, riding their bike, going to the playground, playing bocce. This is a highly used park. So someone must have seen something, heard something, and we are imploring you to come forward, help us bring closure to this case. There are a lot of groups that use this park. There's an active civic association nearby. We are in constant contact with all of them, trying to spread the word neighbor to neighbor in order to gather as much information as possible to be helpful. One of the groups that does a lot in this park is Casino Synergy, and I want to call up Leona Chin just to share up a few words. Thanks, Leona.
Hey, good morning. My name is Leona Chin. I'm the program manager for Casino Synergy. We're a volunteer environmental stewardship team here. We've been serving here since 2018. We support parks by cleaning and maintaining the green spaces and trails while assisting with reforestation and flood mitigation. We are on the site at Casino Velodrome, which is on the south side of the park, from Tuesday through Saturday from 9 to 12. And we serve as a community. So all people who are here serve with our team. An attack on one of us is an attack on all. We want to ask that you please translate all of this, because obviously we are in a multicultural and diverse community. We see the parks goers and passersby. Stop by and chat with us in the morning. If you know something, you see something, we'll share it if you feel uncomfortable. We just want to find justice for the family. Thank you.
So again, today is just about bringing accountability, bringing closure to this heartbreaking case. I just want to end by saying thank you to our law enforcement partners, to the detectives who are trying to solve this case, and to bring justice to this family. It's really critical now more than ever that someone come by with some information. Even a tip will be helpful. So I just wanted to say, again, thank you to our law enforcement partners for continuing the investigation. And thank you to the family for gathering today. I know it's not easy. And with that, we're going to go put up some posters, I think, in the park. We want to thank the community at large for coming by. And hopefully we'll gather again with good news next time. Thank you.
All right, so it looks like this live event has concluded. This was a memorial for a grandfather who was shot and killed in New York. And of course, we will continue to cover all of the responses and angles of that story. We appreciate you staying with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are continuing to follow some breaking news right here as we are expecting the U.S. Supreme Court to rule possibly on several major cases. On the lower right-hand side of your screen, you can actually see a countdown clock because we are expecting those decisions to start coming down in just about 3 minutes and 38 seconds right there. For more on this and the major cases that we are expecting possibly to come down, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask my producer to pop down some of that watch box, keeping up that countdown clock, because I do want to bring in my colleague Josh Breslow to talk more on this. And, Josh, as we're continuing to just wait on some of these major decisions, there are 3 major cases we're keeping a very close eye on, particularly birthright citizenship. Can you walk us through why this is so historic and significant of a case?
Well, yeah, Stephanie, it's super important to remember the fact that we do have these decisions that are being released today, the opinions that start coming out here just about 4 minutes from now. And usually the way it works is that we are told that there'll be at least one opinion. However, we don't know how many are going to come out per day. And there are still several cases left, as you mentioned, about 3 big ones. But Today is an opinion day, and so is tomorrow. And it's also important to note that the Supreme Court does not have to make all of its rulings here and release those opinions by tomorrow. They can still do it in July. So we're under the impression that we are likely going to get at least one of those opinions coming in today. But again, it's not a 100% guarantee. And what I want to do is pop this up here on your screen to give you a look at some of the video. This is from earlier on, as we saw just months ago, where President Trump became the first sitting president to attend oral arguments at the Supreme Court. And the reasoning behind that is because this is the case that he's heavily invested in. That is Trump versus Barbara. And it's all about birthright citizenship. I would argue that this is the most closely watched Supreme Court case that remains of all of these. We've seen protests taking place over the past several months since those oral arguments were heard, and it essentially centers on President Trump's executive order, that's 14160, which is an effort to limit automatic citizenship for children born to parents who entered the country illegally. It could define the powers, the presidential power, and the limits by determining whether a president can change a longstanding interpretation of citizenship law without the use of Congress. Congress wouldn't have to be involved. And as I mentioned, you can see in those photos, President Trump actually attending the oral arguments. Now, we were able to bring them to you audio-wise. However, we are not able to bring you the actual video from inside the courtroom itself as all of this is going on. So instead, we get those artist renderings. But the Supreme Court openly pushed back during those arguments against the efforts to restrict who can be an American. They were fairly skeptical, or at least it sounded like they were, about the claim that citizenship is a quote-unquote privilege, and it's been abused and wrongly granted to those whose parents were in the country illegally or maybe temporarily. Ruling against Trump would affirm that long-standing legal, political, and social consensus supporting the idea of granting automatic citizenship to all babies born in the country, regardless of parents' immigration or temporary admissions policy. So that is just one of those big cases that we are watching here. And we're going to keep an eye on all of these as they come in here. In just about, it looks like 15 seconds, we could get the first one. Just like you, Stephanie, we're keeping an eye here on SCOTUS blog as they provide up-to-the-minute information. You're going to see me look over here a lot, and that's because what I'm doing is taking a look at it. Looks like they are saying it's still too early to figure out what the first case is going to be.
Yeah, and Josh, just for our viewers, we're also following the social media post by SCOTUS blog. They just shared this. It says, with 12 cases, many of them major ones left to decide, the Supreme Court is expected to release one or more opinions this morning. They mentioned starting to live blog beginning at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. And Josh, what I find is so interesting is that we really don't know whether they are going to decide today or whether they're going to delay until tomorrow. This really is a last minute decision. They like to keep these things close to their vests. And so we're really just waiting in anticipation. But one has to expect there's going to be significant response either way. No matter how the Supreme Court decides, there's going to be strong reaction from either aisle on all of these major topics: birthright citizenship, TPS program, and others. So we're just going to wait and see. This is also from the SCOTUS Wire right here, saying only 2 boxes this morning at the Supreme Court. So we're continuing to follow all of the very latest information on this. And Josh, you've been here, as you've hosted some of the major decisions being handed down by the Supreme Court. We've also seen some of these recent major decisions being handed down on Friday. So, of course, we anticipate there possibly could be some rulings handed down today, but there's also tomorrow as well.
Yeah, and that's what I was mentioning is, of course, today we anticipate at least one of those big decisions. I wouldn't be surprised if we were to get many of them, but 2 boxes indicates that we're not exactly going to get a whole lot of opinions that come in. So that's something to keep in mind as well. But as you mentioned, they don't really give us a heads up on which cases are going to be decided, which opinions come out. Looks like the first opinion coming in is Monsanto versus Journal. That's, of course, an important case, as all of the cases from the Supreme Court are. I'm looking through to see exactly what they're saying about it. It looks like the vote was 7-2, and it's by Kavanaugh. Again, that is Monsanto versus Donnell. we have Jackson, who dissents, joined by Gorsuch. And it's a case about whether a federal law, which is the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act that regulates the use, sale, and labeling of pesticides, bars a lawsuit against Monsanto, the maker of Roundup weed killer, for failing to include a warning on the label about any risks of cancer. And the EPA did not require Monsanto to include a warning, and the agency has said that the active ingredient in Roundup does not cause cancer. Now, the court holds that FIFRA, which is that group there, preempts, that is, trumps Durnell's claim under state law. Again, this is a lot of legalese that's coming in, and we're reading it in real time. So we're going to have the legal experts who join us to help break down really what all of that means. But that is the first case that is coming in. And of course, just one of many that we're still watching.
Yeah, and I also wanted to share this with our viewers right here. We've created a graphic just to, just visually reinforce. These are the justices who are handing down these decisions. And a lot of times when we actually take these oral arguments, we can hear their voices, but we don't necessarily see their faces. So we did want to share this with you so you can put names to faces and understand who specifically is choosing to rule a certain way. And just to reiterate, Josh, what you were sharing right here, our producer, Julianne, just brought this down, that the very first opinion, which is, not one of the ones that we're focusing on, but a very important case nonetheless, Monsanto versus Durnell. And just to reiterate, if our viewers are joining us now, a case about whether a federal law, and in this case, the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act that regulates the use, sale, and labeling of pesticides, bars a lawsuit against Monsanto, the maker of Roundup weed killer, for failing to include a warning on the label about risks of cancer. So the EPA did not require Monsanto to include this type of warning. That agency said that the active ingredient in Roundup does not cause cancer. So that has been handed down. And just another social media post right here from the SCOTUS blog. You just shared that information, Josh, with us. It says that very first opinion that holds that the federal law governing pesticide labels bars a lawsuit against Monsanto. So a major decision being handed down. We are keeping a very close eye on those three major cases. And as you also mentioned, we do not know specifically which cases the court will hand down their decisions on today. We were taking a look at the fact that there are two boxes. And Josh, as you indicated, that means that there aren't going to be, many opinions handed down. And I have to, a lot of people talk about, could there be strategy in terms of the timing of when the justices hand down the ruling, and I have to imagine that there is a bit of that.
Yeah, because if you remember 4 years ago, the Dobbs decision came down. That was on, I believe, a Friday. And of course, it's at the end of the term. It was the one that obviously a lot of people were waiting for all throughout the term. There was the leak situation where the opinion had already been leaked, but still everyone wanted to know exactly when that was going to come out. And that was kind of strategy there to wait and essentially do it at the very end. Now, it's not clear if that's going to happen here, but important to note that tomorrow is still an opinion day, and then opinions can still come out in July. They don't necessarily have to come out today or tomorrow. I would expect, though, with those two boxes, unless they're really tiny paper, that we're not going to get too many of those decisions that come down today. But I mean, Stephanie, this has been one of those situations where we're watching birthright citizenship. There's also other ones like West Virginia versus BPJ, which involves transgender athletes. That's going to be a big one. We have some others as well. As you mentioned, there are three big ones that we're watching, but we're paying attention to all of these. Each one is important in its own way, including the one that just came down. But there's also two different cases that all relate to presidential power. How much power the president, specifically right now, President Trump, has. Does he need Congress to approve this, and that? A lot of questions about presidential power, and we could potentially get some of those today. I'm looking here to see, it looks like the next one we have is maybe Wolford versus Lopez. That appears to be the next one that's coming down. And I'm looking through trying to pull in the information that we have so far on all of that. So the case was a challenge to the constitutionality of a Hawaii law that bars gun owners with concealed carry permits from bringing their guns onto private property unless they have affirmative permission from the owner. There's a lot going on in the SCOTUS blog right now about this, but that is that the court is holding that Hawaii law is unconstitutional. And again, the case, a challenge to the constitutionality of a Hawaii law that bars gun owners with concealed carry permits from bringing their guns onto private property unless they have affirmative permission from the owner. So we're already at case 2 at this point, not one of the ones that a lot of people were watching.
Yeah, and Josh, we actually now have Bill Watkins Jr., who is a constitutional lawyer who can join us to kind of break down from the legal aspect more on this. Bill, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. So we're still waiting for the Supreme Court to hand down the decisions, if they do so today, on some of these major cases that we're taking a very close look at, including birthright citizenship. But, as we await some of those decisions, Bill, can you talk to us in terms of some of the first and second rulings? And the first one, just to recap for our viewers, is Monsanto versus Durnell. So this is about whether a federal law, the Federal Insecticide, Fungicide, and Rodenticide Act, that regulates the use, sale, and labeling of pesticides, bars a lawsuit against Monsanto, the maker of Roundup weed killer, for failing to include a warning on the label about the risks of cancer. So that ruling barring that lawsuit against Monsanto, the EPA did not require Monsanto to include this type of warning, and the agency has said that the active ingredient in Roundup does not cause cancer. So, Bill, from your legal aspect, when you hear this first opinion being handed down, what are your initial thoughts?
And before we go into that, Stephanie,
a big blow to a lot of plaintiffs' attorneys, because obviously you have deep pockets.
Bill, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I think Josh has some new information that he's bringing us right now.
So They now have another ruling that came in. This is Mullen versus Al Otrolado. Not sure if I pronounced that right, but the case challenging the federal government's policy of systematically turning back asylum seekers before they reach the U.S.-Mexico border. The Ninth Circuit held that non-citizens who were turned away before they could enter the U.S. had, quote, arrived in the U.S. for purposes of federal immigration law and therefore could apply for asylum. So again, we've already got 3 decisions that have come in. Sorry to interrupt.
No, Josh, can you just reiterate for our viewers and for all of us again what that is? Because, you're talking about asylum seekers. The issue of immigration continues to be, top of mind for a lot of folks. And some of these rulings are, almost adjacent to some of these. So can you just share with us what that decision was in this particular case that you just mentioned?
So it looks as though the vote was 6-3 and the court has reversed the Ninth Circuit. This is a lot of legalese, like I said. So that's why we have Bill Watkins Jr. here to help break down what all of it means. We know that Sotomayor is now reading from her dissent there. Now, essentially, the case challenged the federal government's policy of systematically turning back asylum seekers before they reach the U.S.-Mexico border. The Ninth Circuit held that non-citizens who were turned away before they could enter the U.S. had, quote, arrived in the U.S. for purposes of federal immigration law and therefore could apply for asylum. And the court reversed the Ninth Circuit there.
Yeah. So, Bill, can you kind of break it down for folks who are not constitutional attorneys? What does this mean for in terms of some that the average citizen can understand?
Sure. This is essentially that if you're seeking asylum, this idea that you have to wait, say in Mexico, at a center established for your asylum claim, and you have to wait there. You can't enter. You don't have automatic rights to be in the United States while that claim is processed. And obviously the overall political dispute would be the idea that prior administrations would have preferred these individuals here. We've had the Remain in Mexico policy. Obviously in the first Trump administration, to hold back really the floodgates, because obviously the big ticket is to get into the United States. And we're such a big country, so few really federal resources, you can disappear if you want to. And this is just trying to have a due process review of applications before perhaps someone floods the country, disappears in the country, so that decision can be made. And if it's a favorable decision, again, welcome them into the United States, and whatever benefits the law allows, they're entitled to. So that's the essence of that decision. The Monsanto decision, again, you've got a lot of money at stake with plaintiffs' lawyers, big dispute about Roundup, the EPA. Again, not a cancer-causing drug is the argument. However, you can get a good jury verdict, good experts out there. And when you have injured people, that's an important public interest for them. It sounds like Justice Sotomayor, if she was reading her dissent from the bench, that is a signal that she viewed this as a major case and was not just a little unhappy, but very discouraged at the majority's ruling. But we've got to remember the EPA, these labels and such, it's closely dictated what has to be on there. That's why nobody reads them anymore. There's so much required that we don't take them seriously. So this should apply in civil litigation. In a big blow to the plaintiff's bar, it sounds like.
Bill, we are getting just a number of opinions. There are 3 so far handed down, not pertaining to birthright citizenship or TPS programs or some of these other major ones that we're taking a look at. But as we await, and possibly they may not come down today, that window of when they hand down the ruling is going to be open for, another, I would say, 15, 17 minutes or so. But as we do await possibly some additional rulings, Bill, as we take a look at where the justices stand, where they typically tend to rule and how they typically tend to rule, as we look ahead to some of these major issues, and again, we don't know yet if they are, 1, going to be handed down, or 2, what that decision might be. But taking a look at the makeup of the bench right now, do you anticipate perhaps any surprises, or do you think, that they will rule according to, how they previously have done so?
What will really be interesting is to see how some of the justices combine on these administrative state issues and executive power. That's what we see essentially with the presidential firing cases, we'll call them, dealing with the Fed, the FTC. The administrative state has been a big issue for the Roberts Court, how to properly police and curtail it. It depends. It really doesn't depend on who the president is. These decisions are going to affect a Democratic president or Republican president. And I think you will see a lot of procedural wrangling. I think, you'll see some ideological lineups. But you'll also see lineups on who is more of a congressionalist, believing in a strong congressional power versus executive power. And then you'll have your unitary executive lobbies there, or groupings, if you will, that sees the president has to be in control of the executive branch, has to be able to fire and hire people to execute his policies, and how that butts heads with Congress's idea that we need experts in certain agencies to make decisions above the political process. So, it's really hard to tell, especially with Gorsuch, the chief, as well as Justice Barrett. They generally are in favor of curbing the administrative state, but not huge fans of unlimited executive power either.
As we continue to await some of these decisions right here, I did want to ask you this, Bill, because we do not know whether we're going to actually receive some of these decisions by the Supreme Court. They may choose not to hand down those major decisions today. They may choose to hand them down tomorrow or at a later date. For the average person who may not really know the nuances of the Supreme Court, how does the Supreme Court decide when to hand down decisions? Is there a strategy behind this?
No, that's a great question. That is a great mystery that not even all the law clerks could tell you. I mean, essentially, you have these opinions have to go through a review stage. They have to go through dissent, concurrences, get all these ready and to the clerk. That takes time. Obviously, the bigger case, the more separate opinions you have, dissenting opinions, just as a practical matter, the longer that takes there. Often there's no rhyme or reason, as if they're trying to slip one in while folks are asleep or particularly paying attention. Let's face it, this is sort of law geek Christmas. So people are paying attention. You're not going to miss one there.
Yeah, and I also want to ask you this. So, for those who may not understand what really goes on behind the scenes, you were talking about there's no specific strategy. They're not trying to, put out a decision on a Friday in hopes that no one actually pays attention to it at all. As we are awaiting these decisions, they've already been decided on. Is that not the case?
Oh, absolutely. Typically after at conference, the justices rather tentatively vote. The chief typically makes the assignments, and the inner working of the court, where most folks stand, what the general lineup is going to be there. Now, can that change if there was a powerful dissenting opinion? Could someone change a vote? Absolutely, that could happen, and has happened in recent years. There, we think about Justice Scalia's dissent in the Obamacare case back, again, more than a decade ago now. How that looked to have been a majority opinion originally, and votes switched after conference. So it does happen. You can influence. Votes can change. But to answer your question, yeah, generally, early on in the process, after arguments, the justices vote, and where everyone stands. If you're an insider at the court, the rest of us, we guess.
And Josh, I know that you've been keeping a really close eye on the SCOTUS blog. We haven't heard yet about a fourth opinion or so, and I know that you've handled a lot of these decision days before. In terms of the window, can you just share with us, Josh, in terms of, when we might expect the window to end in terms of the anticipation of possible decisions being handed down?
Yeah, you keep seeing me look over here because I'm checking with SCOTUS blog. I've got some other information over here. Essentially, what we are seeing, remember when we said there were 2 boxes according to SCOTUS blog, so there could only be so many papers in there. We actually learned that there was a 35-page dissent for one of those cases. So essentially, that's going to take up a lot of room in that box. So not quite clear yet if there is going to be a fourth decision. But I did actually want to ask you, Bill, I don't know if you can speak to this, but do they go through and read that entire document out loud before they go to the next actual ruling there?
No, I mean, if Sotomayor apparently was reading from a dissent earlier, and it's within, at times, if the justice wants to make a particular point, they could read the whole thing. Sometimes it might be a few paragraphs there, and that's it. So it's really up to the justice. And of course, as to let the viewers know, for most decisions, you don't have a justice reading dissents out loud like that. Things can go fairly quickly, but we have a jam-packed docket and a lot of folks with concerns about how these are going to turn out. So you're going to have emotions, you're going to have principles. Principles have edges, principles cut, and we will see different legal principles enunciated here.
So, Bill, I also have another question for you as we're kind of waiting on some of these decisions right here. You know, the clock is kind of winding down. And I know you mentioned that there is no particular strategy in terms of what they decide to hand down on a particular day. So if there is no strategy, is it just they're just handing things to the clerk? And how does that work?
No, I mean, there's a process with each opinion where behind the scenes, the staff has to have everything ready to go, have these clean, have them in order. You have a syllabus to be prepared, etc. So, you know, there is legwork to go there as well. I've even heard speculation that, you know, some of the justices aren't even clear on which opinions are, say, being handed down a particular day till very late in the process as well. So, you know, that's sort of how she works there.
Bill, I have another question. So we were actually airing on Live Now from Fox a lot of these oral arguments. We aired in its entirety the birthright citizens arguments. Incredibly compelling, really interesting. You know, can you share with our viewers why is it that we can only hear the justices and the arguments? We can't actually see them. Is there any particular reason why that's the case?
Well, obviously, we're focusing on the advocate. In theory, that's the big show. It's not the justices at the bench. It's the advocate who are answering questions and making the arguments there. And even if it is a very hot bench with questions, it's the lawyers handling of that. That is the big picture. For example, even you go back in time, it's not so much Chief Justice Marshall's questions that were interesting to the public watching a proceeding live, but Daniel Webster's response, the great Supreme Court litigator at that time.
And Bill, not to cut you off, but we did want to share with our viewers that the last decision has been handed down. So no ruling today on birthright citizenship. However, the very last ruling pertains to the temporary protective status for those from Syria and Haiti. And I'm just going to read, we just got the copy. And again, you know, as Josh was saying, this is all legal. So we're going to ask you to almost translate it into just normal talk right here. So this is what it says right here. The question presented is whether respondents who challenge the termination of temporary protective status for aliens from Syria and Haiti are entitled to orders postponing the terminations during the litigation. And so we're just trying to see, and I'm just going through all of this. It says, and I don't know if my producers can help disseminate some of this for me in terms of the actual decision. And Josh, I know that you're taking a look at the blog itself, you know, whether you have any clear idea in terms of how they ruled on this. But, you know, just so our viewers know, and Bill, you can weigh in as we take a look at the, you know, the decision regarding this. This was also a landmark case where the Supreme Court was reviewing the constitutionality of. And actually, let me just pull this up. It's just a different one right here as we take a look at this.
And Stephanie, I will say that essentially, like you said, this case is a challenge to the decision by then Secretary of Homeland Security Christine Noem to end temporary protected status, which is that program that allows recipients to remain in the U.S. and work if they cannot return safely to their own countries for Syrian and Haitian nationals. And the court did rule 6-3, the court holding that the Syrian and Haitian nationals are not, quote, entitled to orders postponing the terminations during litigation. This, of course, does impact thousands of Haitian people that are here in the U.S., and it has a large impact on several different workplaces. As you mentioned as well, this is going to be the last opinion day. However, it says Monday will be the next opinion day. I was under the impression that the next opinion day was tomorrow. Not sure if Bill has any clarity on that, but that's an interesting note there.
No, two things. I agree with you. Last I heard, tomorrow would be a court day, but they could have changed that. In this case, the temporary protected status, this is a super interesting case. Can't wait to read the opinion. There's a threshold issue whether courts can even review Secretary Noem's or then Secretary Noem's decision, because the statute that Congress passed in 1990 and the Immigration Act prohibits judicial review of temporary protected status decisions by the Secretary of Homeland Security. Therefore, is this even a properly litigated matter? If it is, if there is some sort of judicial review under the APA, Administrative Procedures Act, which is how essentially your plaintiffs here wrangled this into court, did the Secretary follow the necessary steps? And they're broad steps. Essentially, all they alleged is she didn't really consult with the State Department as necessary. Of course, Homeland Security said they did. How far do you dig if you're a judge into that assertion there? She found it was in the national interest to terminate, as well as that, for example, in Syria, Assad is gone. You've got millions of Syrians going back to their home country. There are a few hot spots, but it's not really a war zone as it was. Assuming the judges can look into that, how far do you look, especially when there's so much discretion? So those are the big issues there. My bet would be at 6-3 with your liberals taking a more harder look at the Administrative Procedure Act. And I would not be shocked that the other justices either found that no, judicial review is not really appropriate, or it's such a low level of scrutiny that the Secretary has so much power on this that prima facie, she made a decision and that stands.
So, Bill, I want to, know, obviously this just came down. This was the fourth and final opinion of today to state the court decided that Syrian and Haitian nationals are not entitled to orders postponing the terminations during litigation. This is significant, as you mentioned. What do you expect to happen in the coming days and weeks? Because obviously this will affect, hundreds of thousands of people.
No, that's right. They were seeking protection against deportation. Under the law, if they were in the United States for a continuous period and the Secretary declared that there had been an emergency, such as a natural disaster, war in their home countries, they were entitled to remain till that ran out, typically the 18-month period, or there was a decision otherwise. So they sought protection from any possible deportations. It sounds like the court said that would be inappropriate, that the government is likely to prevail, perhaps has prevailed on the merits here, and therefore they could be required to leave immediately. So it will have a lot of repercussions for folks and their families there. But, again, the situation in Syria especially has calmed down, though I don't blame a number of these asylum seekers, whatever we want to call them, that they don't want to go back where there are still hot spots there. It's easy for us to say, it's just a few hot spots, not a full-blown war, but it's a very personal matter to them.
And I did want to mention here, we were talking about the next opinion day. Originally, it was slated for tomorrow. We've now learned that it appears it is going to be on Monday. That's the next day that we will get opinions. And then after that, it'll be likely either Wednesday or Thursday. So we're going to have to wait a few more days at least there to get that birthright.
Yeah,
the birthright citizenship is what most folks have their eyes on. And, in my book, The Independent Guide to the Constitution, I thought it was going to go favorable to the government there, but oral argument sure looked like the government's not going to prevail. But we'll see. Maybe some minds were changed.
You never know. And Bill, I know that we say that there's not necessarily a strategy to when these decisions are being handed down. But now, Josh is mentioning it could be even later on next week. Why the delay?
Well, again, it takes, I mean, you look at throughout the term, these things trickle out. You think of the workload on these justices and their law clerks. It's to write not just the decision, but it's not like it was many years ago where you might have one concurring opinion, a short dissent. We essentially have treatises from multiple justices, as we're so divided on the court on how cases should be decided, the methods employed. Therefore, it's a whole lot more work coming up with these decisions and organizing this. I had a judge I worked for. We had a judge on the Fourth Circuit that used to dissent a lot, and he always would joke with him that you don't get paid more for writing dissents. It's just a whole lot more work, but it apparently is embraced by the Supreme Court, whether it's work or not.
Bill, before we let you go, as we continue to take a look at this and TPS, the program right there, a very significant decision being handed down. Any final thoughts as we're awaiting some of these other decisions, but this one was significant?
No, it's significant, and I think it sounds like it ended up a common sense decision. Let's remember, the T in TPS stands for temporary, and this is an executive branch decision. I mean, originally it was Congress gave the decision to the Attorney General. Once Homeland Security was created, those duties fell to the Secretary of Homeland Security. And remember, Congress in its own statute said no judicial review. So obviously it was expected that the executive branch would be making these decisions under the limited guidelines Congress set, and this wouldn't be going on for a long period of time. And it sounds like these temporary programs, at least for certain countries, we're talking about Haiti as well as Syria, that has ended, and that sounds like a very reasonable, rational thing. We have to be able to govern. This is delegated to the executive branch by Congress, and they've acted. It sounds like a common sense decision, though we fully have to appreciate the human aspect. If I don't blame someone from Haiti or Syria to want to stay in the United States versus going to areas that could be rough in many ways. But if the emergency is over, it is over. And the Secretary has found so. That decision sounds like it was respected.
Bill, we always appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox as you break down the 4 different decisions being handed down today by the Supreme Court. Of course, we're continuing to keep our eyes on decisions that will be handed down next week, and very likely we'll continue our conversation with you then.
Anytime. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to bring back in my colleague, Josh Breslow. Josh, we have 4 decisions being handed down today, the most significant being the last and final one. But for our viewers who are just joining us, the window for the Supreme Court justices to hand down those decisions, that has wrapped up. It opened at 10 a.m. Eastern time. For our viewers who are just joining us, though, at this hour, can you share with them, the decisions that have been handed down as we continue our coverage right here on Live Now for Fox? We're going to be bringing in some additional experts to help break down those decisions as we continue to look ahead.
Yeah, and of course, as I always say here, each and every decision is important. You have 4 cases that were decided. We got these opinions today. We have 8 of them left. And before I get into it, want to remind you that the next opinion day is no longer tomorrow. It's going to be on Monday. And we're told by SCOTUS Blog, the officials there, that that will not be the final day. So the final day for those decisions is likely to be Wednesday or Thursday. All of that, though, is subject to change and is up at the air at this point. Right now, I want to pop this up on your screen to give you a look at some of the information coming in from SCOTUS Wire. As it says, Justice Alito delivered the opinion of the court and the judgment of the court. Gorsuch and Barrett didn't join. Now, I'm not quite sure which of the rulings this is. This looks to be the TPS opinion overall. And if you are just joining us as far as that goes, Essentially, what happened is the Supreme Court allowed the Trump administration to end legal protections for migrants that were fleeing violence and natural disaster there in Haiti and in Syria. We had a little bit more information. Bill Malusian over at Fox News saying, breaking, SCOTUS rules the Trump administration can end TPS, the temporary protected status, for hundreds of thousands of Haitian and Syrian migrants in the U.S., which is a huge win there for President Trump and his administration. Again, the decision overturns that lower court and allows the Department of Homeland Security to swiftly end temporary protected status, a program that protects a total of 1.3 million people, and that's from about 17 countries. Now, the Trump administration argued judges that can't second guess immigration officials' decisions about the protections, which were intended to be temporary. Immigration attorneys said the countries remain unsafe to return, and the administration ended them in an unlawfully hasty process. During his 2024 presidential campaign, Trump amplified the rumors there. We heard a lot about the situation with the Haitian immigrants who were abducting and eating dogs and cats. That was a claim that was discussed quite a bit. And the DOJ appealed to the Supreme Court after judges postponed the end of the program for about 350,000 Haitians and 6,000 Syrians. The High Court siding with the administration before and allowed the end of the program from people from Venezuela. Federal authorities there having a lot to say about all of this, but this is the final ruling that came in here from the Supreme Court for today. That is the fourth ruling that we saw come in. It is the fourth final opinion for the day. Then on Monday, we'll get those next opinions. Potentially could get birthright, but that could also be Wednesday or Thursday of next week.
Yeah, and Josh, we just also wanted to let our viewers know as we're continuing to provide information and context with this, we did want to let our viewers know that we are actually going to be soliciting questions from them. If they have questions in terms of, and you were mentioning, I mean, this is all legalese, as you put it. It's really hard to translate it into the average, Joe's language that we speak. So we are going to be actually making up a poll so people can actually submit questions. We're going to be bringing in one of our experts here in just a minute to also provide that legal perspective. But if people are just joining us, this is something new that the SCOTUS blog had shared, saying that the court has indicated that they may release opinions on Monday at 10 a.m. And so they're going to be blogging that morning beginning at 9:30. They said there will be at least one more opinion day to come after Monday. So as you were mentioning, Josh, we don't know if birthright citizenship is actually going to be coming down on Monday, or as you mentioned, possibly Wednesday or Friday. But I did want to bring in Gerard Felitti, who is with the Lawfare Project, to talk more on all of these decisions. And Gerard, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you.
So, I wanted to start first and foremost with the last decision, the fourth decision that came down today regarding the temporary protective status. And as Josh was just putting up there on the screen, stating that the court had ruled to end the program. This does impact, hundreds of thousands of people from Haiti and Syria. Just before we get into the legal aspect of the decision itself, can you share with us just regarding what this program was intended for and what it did?
Sure. This is a program that Congress authorized by law, and I believe it was in 1990, that gives a temporary protected status to people from certain countries when they experience some sort of catastrophic event in those countries that makes it necessary for them to seek temporary shelter in the United States. So it facilitates, for example, the entry of people who are experiencing a famine, a civil war, a natural disaster. But it's expected to be temporary, and that is what Congress intended. The issue today was whether this is something that could be terminated, and if so, through what process, whether the Trump administration used the right process, or whether there were constitutional concerns about ending this program.
All right. So, Gerard, before we get to some additional analysis and questions from our end, I did want to share this with our viewers because, as I was mentioning, I'm sure our viewers have a lot of questions about the 4 decisions handed down today. So we wanted to open it up to our viewers. We, know that there are a lot of questions, and we want to answer them to the best of our abilities, and then, of course, hand them off to you, Gerard, because you're the expert here. So for folks there, if they're viewing us here at Live Now from Fox, and you have questions about what do these decisions mean, why are they significant, who they could impact, questions pertaining to these decisions, we do have that QR code on the upper right-hand side of your screen. All you have to do is scan the QR code. It's going to take you to a page. You can submit your question. We'll be going through those questions, and we will then, pass them on to you, Gerard. But continuing our coverage here for the temporary protective program, ending it, and I'm just taking a look at some of these statistics right here. This is a program that protected about 1.3 million people from 17 different countries. Now that the Supreme Court has decided to overturn the lower court orders allowing DHS to end TPS, I have to imagine that there might be some pushback in terms of, legal ramifications. What are you anticipating might happen?
Well, I think one of the biggest unanswered questions is the process that comes next. Because as you said, there are over 1 million people who enjoy protected status that the government has terminated, and the Supreme Court upheld that termination. The question is, if the goal is to remove these people from the United States, there is still process that needs to be followed. It's not a matter of just simply putting them on a plane or removing them from the country. They do have entitlements under existing immigration law for how that works out. The problem is that there is not an immediate answer or clarity on what exactly needs to be done in order to remove these people. And they may well have individual claims, civil rights claims, equal protection claims, or other statutory claims that they would argue to remain in the country, notwithstanding the termination.
Gerard, I also wanted to share this with you. This is from the SCOTUS Wire right here. And it says, in a highly unusual moment at the Supreme Court, Justice Alito gave an impromptu response to Justice Sotomayor from the bench after she read her dissent from his majority opinion in, this is one of the cases, Mullen versus Al Otro Lotto. For those who may not be familiar with these particular things, and it goes on to say that Justice Alito said that there was going to be, quote, much that he would have added to his statement from the bench. And he noted that the policy was used by 2 different administrations as a way of dealing with surges in an orderly and humane manner. This is unusual as it was described. What do you make of Justice Alito's comments right there and the response and what happened?
I think what we see from these comments, even the fact that Justice Sotomayor read her dissent from the bench and took the time to do so, which is not the most usual thing, which is not the normal process for every opinion in which someone dissents. This just shows the division within the court on this particular issue. That Sotomayor felt strongly enough that this law should have been, that the status should have been continued, and that the TPS should not have been ended in order to not just issue her opinion, but read it, but also Alito felt very strongly that the court reached the right decision on the right issues, which is why he added that comment. So this really shows that this was a contested issue and much argued among the justices, and it was a very contentious issue.
Yeah, and Gerard, typically, and again, we do hear the voices of the justices as they are listening and questioning both sides as these oral arguments are being, are unfolding. And we do hear heated moments, but this is very interesting because normally there is some restraint, but you do see the passion, you see the conviction of these justices in their own individual opinions right there. And Josh, for you've listened to a lot of these oral arguments. We've heard from the justices and their opinions, in terms of a lot of these decisions. And again, we still have yet to hear on birthright citizenship. These are hot button issues.
These are big issues. And of course, we've listened in to those oral arguments. We've brought them to you in full here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, as you mentioned, cameras are not allowed inside, so we don't get video. And that's something that's kind of missing, because you can hear the voices, but it's different if we were able to actually see their faces as they're talking about all this and kind of gauge their reaction to it. And we're not able to do that. Now, in the future, that could change, but we get those renderings, which actually, if you could take me full here, Stephanie, I want to pop these up because this is interesting right here. As we take a look at some of these images that came in from inside of the courtroom, you'll see them in a second. Inside of the chambers, I should say, as you could see President Trump sitting right there. Now, he was there for the birthright citizenship oral arguments that took place earlier on this year, becoming the first sitting president to do that, which indicates just how big of a case this is. This is one that, if not the one, that most people are watching and waiting for. Each day, we hear from, folks who are just kind of waiting. They're watching us here on Live Now from Fox. They have a lot of questions about this case, more so than even the others. So this is going to be a big case that folks are watching. But again, important to note that, I would really like to be able to see the justices, see their faces there as they're kind of doing these oral arguments and hearing from the different attorneys there, all of that. And Gerard, I don't know if that's the same for you, but I think it would maybe provide more context.
Seeing it in person, seeing it on TV always provides more context. You can read the body language. You could even read when a justice is sitting forward in their seat or leaning back, how comfortable they are with what's being said. So body language is always key in observing these things. One thing we never get to see, though, is the discussions that the justices have among themselves, because this is not, when they hear a case and ask questions, that's not the end of it. They don't retire to their chambers to write opinions. They discuss these in conferences. They discuss this among themselves. Sometimes a justice starts off with one notion about how they would like to rule and ultimately end up changing their minds or agreeing to something else. So that entire process is actually fascinating. But the closest we have to seeing that is when we do see these opinions delivered from the bench, and when we do have the dissents that are read as well.
Yeah, and so many questions, and Josh, you bring up a really interesting one. We're also soliciting questions from our viewers right there via the QR code as we're combing through some of those. Gerard, jumping off of what you mentioned, Josh, the fact that we don't have access to seeing the justices as they debate. And Gerard, we don't see them debating amongst themselves. I'm just popping up the faces of the justices right there. And Gerard, putting you on the spot just a little bit, as we take a look at these justices, talking about the relationships they have from one another. We were just sharing that unusual exchange between Justice Alito and Sotomayor. They're unusual. Can you talk about maybe the working relationships, and many of these have personal relationships there as well, as they might go out to lunch or have friendships, but talking about because these are lifetime appointments. Of course they could choose to step down, but I have to imagine this is very unique.
No, you're absolutely right. And this is very unique. And we have seen for many courts now, for many years, that justices, even when they're on ideologically different sides of an opinion, they do maintain those relationships and friendships. They're not adversarial to one another. It's not about which view predominates. And there's no, they try their best to take personal emotion out of it and maintain those relationships. And in so doing, they expand their ability to formulate their own arguments and their opinions, and they refine their thought with the goal that they come to the best possible decision on the cases. But ultimately, this is a small collegial group that works together and often socializes because they're very unique in what they do in this world. And it's a very small club of people who hold the power that a justice of the Supreme Court holds.
And Gerard, can you just share with our viewers the breakdown? Because of course there are staunch conservatives. I'm taking a look at Associate Justice Clarence Thomas. We have the liberals. Then we have the justices who may lean one way, but they also may lean the other. Can you break down for our viewers, as we're still awaiting the decision for the birthright citizenship, where these justices typically stand and the ones that you think could possibly be a surprise vote?
Well, I think on the more liberal side of the court, you have Justices Ketanji Brown Jackson, Elena Kagan, and Sonia Sotomayor. They're more known for maintaining more traditional liberal views in their opinions, but sometimes you have seen them merge with the majority on certain cases. On the more conservative side, you have Clarence Thomas, Samuel Alito, and I think you'd say Kavanaugh and Gorsuch are among the more conservative, with Amy Coney Barrett and Chief Justice Roberts himself being more of moderating voices. You will see them oftentimes when you see a 5-4 split, it's Chief Justice Roberts or Amy Coney Barrett that might be joining the more liberal justices on some cases. So I think that's the current breakdown of the court, is that you do have a middle ground, and that middle ground really has become one of the hallmarks of the Roberts court.
Yeah, it's interesting. And I also wanted to share with you, Gerard, we are getting in some of these questions from our viewers right here. So I did want to share some of those with you as we're continuing our coverage right here. So this is one of the first ones right here. This is from Nancy. She's from Texas. Nancy, we appreciate it. You know, big question, the $1 million question there, Gerard. When will they rule on birthright citizenship?
I think we will see that ruling next week. It very well may be on Monday, but it might be later in the week. I think we still have at least 9 opinions to go. I think I lost count after today's, but we still have a number of opinions to go. I don't know that they will get through all of them on Monday, but I think that on a decision this important, this big, and this controversial to so many people, this will be one of the last decisions that we can expect to see. So it may be Monday, it may be later next week, but the term ends at the end of next week. So we will see this decision with certainty next week.
All right. So again, we're just waiting to see. It is going to happen. We just don't know the specific date or time. Okay. So we have another question here. This is from Mary from Dallas, and I'm just going to read it just a little bit. Okay. So we did want to share this with you. So this is regarding the temporary protective status program. So this is a program to allow those from countries that are facing, extreme dangers or natural disasters to temporarily stay here in the United States. The Supreme Court ruling to end TPS program impacting more than 1 million people. So this is from Mary right here, Gerard. It says, is it true that TPS allows people already in the U.S. when the crisis occurs to stay, but does not allow new people to enter the U.S.? So I know that the TPS program, very nuanced, might be confusing. What can you share with us in terms of clarifying the program?
Well, it does apply to people who are already in the U.S. when a crisis occurs. They can't go home. They can't travel. There's no place to return to. So that is what used to be before the TPS, a sort of a temporary asylum or a temporary status that had been traditional in the past, was codified by law. I have to admit, I'm not certain about the entry of new people under the TPS. I think that we did see the entry of people, but after the TPS determinations were made for individual countries. But I'm not sure, and I have to confess, I'm not sure that that was a complete bar to new entries. I think that we did see people come in, but it's not clear on what status.
All right. And so we're continuing to go through some of these questions. My colleague Josh Breslow continuing to join us on our extended coverage. So this is just a recap right here for folks who are just joining us, as the Supreme Court has released 4 decisions today, did not rule on birthright citizenship. We are expecting that to happen sometime next week. It could be as early as Monday, but we do not know. So the Supreme Court has backed President Trump in 2 immigration rulings. The lower court ruled against the Trump administration, and this pertains to the temporary protective status for Haitians and Syrians. Those are, the groups that are particularly being impacted for that. So we did want to share that with our viewers as we're continuing our extended coverage. Gerard, another question. This is from Jillian right here. And this is something that we've been asking ourselves, because I do feel like it might seem as though it is shrouded in mystery. A lot of this procedure, we don't see it happening. We don't see the justices sitting there at the bench questioning the sides. We don't see those discussions. We hear them, but we don't see the actual justices. So Jillian McLean from Decatur asking, what is the process of SCOTUS to come to their decisions? How do they do that?
I think in many ways you could compare it to how a jury decides the outcome of a trial. They deliberate, they discuss this in conference, they discuss this one-on-one. They oftentimes have, they may have reached a preliminary conclusion or opinion based just on the pleadings. They may enhance those or change their minds to some extent based on oral arguments, but then comes the discussion and deliberation. So that is really the process, is when they finalize their thought process, and Chief Justice decides who writes the opinion and then the dissent as well. So the process really is a lot collaborative. It's discussion, it's deliberation, much like a jury would.
All right. So as we're continuing this, Josh, I know that you're continuing to join us here on Live Now from Fox. So as we're keeping a very close eye on this, and we just wanted to let our viewers know, we are going to be wrapping up our special coverage of the Supreme Court decisions coming up in just a number of minutes at the top of the hour. But as we're continuing to look ahead, which is something that we always do. So right now our eye is on Monday, whether birthright citizenship, that ruling should come down. We don't know. Of course, we're going to be on standby. We are going to be ready for whatever this ruling hands down. Josh, as we continue to look ahead, anything that you in particular are keeping an eye on, anything else that you want to ask Gerard, as again, we really don't know when this is going to happen.
I did want to mention here, I'm looking forward to Monday because I'm still waiting, like just about everyone else out there, to see how this birthright citizenship ruling comes down, the opinion being released, what it all kind of turns out to be. And Gerard, you kind of already touched on this, but based on those oral arguments that we saw on birthright citizenship, again, attended by President Trump, it sounds as though we might have an idea of how this is going to go. Can you break down for folks out there where things stood kind of after those oral arguments?
What we saw in those oral arguments was the majority of justices expressing skepticism to some degree of the president's arguments. We saw that there was not that uniform support that would result in a ruling in his favor. So this is why many of us believe that the Supreme Court is likely to side with the current interpretation of the law and find that his executive order is unconstitutional. That being said, one of the biggest things that we're looking for, at least that I'm looking for, is to see the composition of the majority, whether this is 5-4, 7-2, or somewhere in between, and which justice agrees to which part of the opinion. I don't think it's going to be a very straightforward one. We can tell that already by the amount of time it's taken to get to this decision, to publish an opinion. So this shows that there was a lot of discussion and there was a lot of consideration that went into writing it. So that's what we're really looking for, is to see what that makeup of the majority opinion is, and what the arguments that they found convincing are listed as.
And Josh, I know that you need to go because you have a lot of other things to get to, but of course, we appreciate you joining us and sharing your insight. I know that you were scouring the SCOTUS blog. You were sharing all of the updates for decisions today. We're going to be on standby for Monday as we are anticipating possibly the birthright citizenship ruling to happen. And Gerard, I also wanted to share this because Josh brought up such an important point in that President Trump was in the courtroom for the arguments of the birthright citizenship. This is what Rapid Response 47, so the White House, shared moments ago regarding the ruling on TPS, saying Supreme Court allows Trump to end temporary immigration protections for Haitians and Syrians. And then, of course, the side-eye emoji, really providing nonverbal, but very strong emotion right there. And we're also getting other reactions. So this is from New York Attorney General Letitia James right there. The Supreme Court's decision to strip TPS from Haitian and Syrian communities, she says, is a betrayal of our values and of the promise our country made to protect people from displacement and harm. I'll never stop fighting for our immigrant neighbors and loved ones. And Gerard, we were talking about just the strong emotions and the possible reaction and fallout from all of these. And we're seeing that in real time. This is, of course, with the temporary protective status. But, I have to imagine, as we anticipate the decision for birthright citizenship, very strong reaction from both sides of the aisle. I mean, and we were hearing even from the justices some of the passion that these justices have when it comes to this issue.
No, absolutely. And I think what we saw, well, first with the TPS, I think it's also important to point out that this is not a decision by the Supreme Court on the merits of whether or not the people from Haiti or Syria or anyone else should be here, whether what they're suffering if they go home is real or not. This is really a decision on the law itself, on the statute as written, and the discretion that the government has, the executive branch has, in interpreting that law and in actually ending and changing the program. So that's really a very narrow ruling. It's not about the merits of any particular individual and whether they should or should not be in the United States. I think everyone agrees that there are a lot of inhumane conditions in the world that we would rather not see people in. But to your point, absolutely, I think we will see a lot of emotion pouring out next week, whichever way the court rules on birthright citizenship, all the more so because we are leading into the 4th of July, celebration of America's 250th birthday, and how we see our citizenship, how we see our core constitutional rights is something that's never been more important in our society. So this ruling will certainly be a key one that we're all looking for. Do we all have the understanding of the law that we have had all our lives, that the 14th Amendment applies to the birthright applies to everyone born here regardless of their parent status, or do we have a change in that? So this is a very fundamentally important decision that's going to come out next week that will also impact tremendously how we view immigration policies, how we view everything from censuses and redistricting to government programs.
And Gerard, you bring up a really important point because, you know, there are strong emotions one way or the other in regards to these rulings. But as you mentioned, and it's important to point out, is that the justices don't rule on emotions. They rule on legal precedent. They rule in terms of through that lens, and it's important because there always, of course, is a human aspect, and people's lives will be impacted depending on the ruling one way or the other. But that is not how the justices hear the arguments, make their decisions. It has to be based on law and on the context in all of that. And I just wanted to reiterate it because, it's easy with also these very contentious issues to understand those constraints that the justices are under. They can't just rule with their emotions. That's not how it works. They have to rule when it comes to the law and the legal precedent.
And it's also important to point out that easy cases don't make their way to the U.S. Supreme Court. The Supreme Court takes on the most important and controversial cases precisely because there is a difference in rulings. There is a misunderstanding of law, a lack of clarity. So what you see coming to the Supreme Court are not easy, straightforward cases where everyone quickly agrees on what the outcome should be. These are contested cases, and a lot of times they're emotionally heavy, but the court has the difficult task of putting aside that emotion, looking specifically at the law, what it means, how it's been interpreted, and to consistently apply our legal values in the Constitution and statutory law.
And you also pointed out context because the Supreme Court can reverse decisions. I mean, and we've seen that time and time again as there continues to be evolution. And that is sometimes what we hear that argument to be, where founding fathers, they were never presented with what is happening right now. So that context, that understanding can change as the decades go on. Gerard, before we let you go, any final thoughts as we have those 4 decisions being handed down today? But as you mentioned, perhaps the most closely watched case pertaining to birthright citizenship has not yet been publicly decided. We do not know what that decision is. Any final thoughts for our viewers here?
Final thoughts. I think Walford, the case about gun rights in Hawaii, was interesting and important. It shows the consistency in the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Second Amendment as being more liberal towards gun owners and the possession of weapons. And I think that beyond the birthright case, we should also be looking at the remaining electoral law cases, election law cases that are on the docket, because this has been a very significant term when it comes to election law that will have implications for years to come.
All right, Gerard, as always, we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
All right. So this is the opinion that Gerard was just mentioning with the gun laws. This is from the SCOTUS blog right here. So that was the second opinion handed down from the Supreme Court. It says the court holds Hawaii's law barring licensed concealed carry permit holders from carrying handguns on private property open to the public without the property owner's express authorization violates the Second and 14th Amendments. So still a very significant case, as Gerard was mentioning. Easy cases don't make their way all the way up to the Supreme Court. So we are continuing to follow this. And of course, we're continuing to follow all of those decisions as we understand that we could expect the birthright citizenship decision to come as early as 10 a.m. Eastern time on Monday. We're going to be covering it wall to wall. We're going to be bringing in our experts, as we always do, to provide that context and the legal impact to our viewers. All right, before we head to break, another live look here of the Supreme Court, of course, in Washington, D.C. After the break, we have another major event happening on Capitol Hill. This is with the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Homeland Security, as they're holding an oversight hearing, and testifying right now is Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin, among others. We're going to get to that live event coming up in just a minute. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. A live look there on Capitol Hill, and happening right now, there is an oversight hearing with DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullin as he testifies before this committee, talking about the Homeland Security's fiscal year budget request, operations, and policy priorities. Let's turn now and listen in live.
He exhibited the same openness. This is quite a turnaround from your predecessor and his predecessor, who I could not secure a meeting with, could not get an audience with, and it was incredibly frustrating. So I want to thank you for that. I also want to thank you. GSA just announced this week that the top 3 bidders for the Bridge of the Americas modernization project have been selected. And as you know, my community has gone through a multi-year process around the modernization efforts. The vast majority of El Pasoans who participated in the process said, Let's remove commercial traffic from the center of our city, and let's move it to our other ports of entry that have capacity. And you've upheld that decision that had heavy input from CBP and the community. So it's great to see the progress, and I want to thank you for your support of that as well. There's a couple of issues I do want to raise with you here during my time of local issues. The first, and I had extensive conversations with Mr. Venturella about Camp East, Montana. And many of the concerns that I had expressed to the private contractor have emerged in a GAO report. And it has been a very frustrating several months. I know we have a new contractor, for which I'm delighted, but so much of what I had sounded the alarm about really fell on deaf ears. And when I sound the alarm about issues that I'm seeing in my oversight visits, it's not to play gotcha. It's not to one-up anyone. It's to uphold the standards that I know we all agree should be upheld. And so I think it's really important that especially members who are sounding the alarm when there's a private contractor, that private contractor be held accountable by all of us. I'll give you a very quick example because I don't want to use too much of my time, but the medical as an example. And that medical contractor is still on site, by the way, at Camp East, Montana. Just one glaring example. I spoke with a detainee, and I've spoken with dozens and dozens of detainees, but he expressed to me, he had been at Camp East, Montana for weeks, and he expressed to me the pain that he had been living with his arm. And I asked him what happened. Well, his arm had been broken during an arrest in Minneapolis, and he had been complaining for weeks to the medical about the arm. He had a brace. He took off the brace. I could see like a letter S. His bone was so broken, and medical had only given him aspirin. And so these are the things that I'm sounding the alarm about, that I will continue to share with you because I know we want to hold these contractors to federal standards. So I wanted to share that with you. When Acting ICE Director Venturella was in El Paso, we had a roundtable to talk about the 3 warehouses that were purchased by your predecessor in Socorro, Texas, which is in my district. Whoever preceded you that chose those 3 warehouses chose the worst possible location. Mr. Venturella heard from the mayor and from the water district and from the emergency services district. Socorro is actually a very small municipality, and they struggle with water, wastewater, pump stations. Their emergency services district only budgets for their population. And Mr. Venturella heard from our folks. The emergency services district chief told him, I'm going to have to double my staffing if you all proceed to put human beings instead of pecans, because those warehouses were slated for pecan storage. I'm going to have to double my personnel. I'm going to struggle with that. I'm going to have to buy another fire truck. The water district shared with Mr. Venturella just how challenging it has been to get water and wastewater to existing residents. And I'm not going to go into excruciating detail, but I want to flag for you, whoever made the decision to buy those warehouses, which I know was before your time, picked the worst possible place with the least amount of infrastructure. And it truly is not feasible to convert those warehouses into spaces that will hold human beings, whether for training or staffing or detention. So I feel very obligated to share with you, to sound this alarm, that it would take years to prepare those facilities, but it would also take probably multiple millions of dollars on top of the overpayment to purchase those warehouses. So, I'd ask for you to please take a closer look. Now that Mr. Venturella has been there, hopefully he has a more kind of on-the-ground perspective about that.
We are evaluating all 11 that was purchased. There's some that just, quite frankly, probably won't work. I believe there's at least one in that area that probably just won't work. We do have issues with detention centers, just not enough bed space. So there's some that we're trying to make work, but there was some due diligence that maybe wasn't actually checked off. And so, man, what you're saying is not wrong. We're going through and reevaluating every one of them to be the best possible outcome for our mission inside of DHS.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Something else I wanted to flag for you, and this was in the GAO report about the use of WEXMAC, the procurement tool for DOD that has been used for some of the private companies that have been hired for the private detention. WEXMAC was used.
We're not using it anymore.
Oh, great.
Yes.
Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you. That is fantastic news. Okay, let me move on to a couple of other points before I run out of time. The ranking member mentioned sensitive spots along the border where we previously thought the wall would not be constructed. And I want to flag for you two that are of particular importance to my district. One is Mount Cristo Rey, which is actually in my neighboring colleague's district, Representative Gabe Vasquez, property owned by the Catholic Church. The decision to take the diocese to court to acquire some of that land has really caused incredible distress in the community. So I wanted to flag that for you, maybe for a future conversation. The other area, and this is way outside of my district, but a place near and dear to my heart and to my constituents' heart, Big Bend. And Big Bend, we have seen really a coalition of law enforcement, private property owners, ranchers, nature lovers come together to want to preserve and protect Big Bend.
Big Bend, we only have like 2 miles now that we're going to put a physical barrier in. The rest of it will be smart fence, so there won't be a constant barrier across there. We're having to do it in the high traffic areas. We do study the high traffic areas, and so we've got that problem resolved. As far as the site which you're discussing, we have already worked on this. We have a gate that's going to be available for those that are trying to come in from Mexico side to be able to make the pillage to the site. The site itself will not be disrupted where the wall is going to be at. I forget how far off, but it's quite a ways off from where the wall is actually being constructed. I don't have the exact footage, but it's not close. I mean, you're going to be able to see it, but it's not going to be close. But we're working with that sensitive area the best we can. But we can't leave it open because it is a high traffic area. It is a visited site. So we do have to control the flow coming in and out so there's not criminal activity taking place at the same time. But we've worked closely with the senators in the area. We have been out there, visited the site, and it was one of the first areas that we had to work through other than Big Bend to come up with a second solution for it.
Thank you.
It's not perfect, but it is manageable.
I would like to connect with your team just to get more specifics.
Absolutely.
If you don't mind.
Absolutely.
And
Reach
I know
out
I'm
to us.
way over time. I have other questions, but we will follow up. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, the floor is yours for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for being here. Both you and Deputy Secretary.
I haven't seen you in the workout for a while.
I was hoping you weren't going to bring that up today.
It shows too, by the way.
It shows. Okay, I will take that as a compliment. This is
Mr. Siscomani. You now have 16 minutes to pick up.
Yes, I will happily take those 16 minutes and go home and cry afterwards. But thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here, and thank you for the workouts that I've apparently been skipping. I'm very proud to support the men and women that serve along with you in this important department and all that you do and to keep our country safe, and especially during such a difficult time that the mess that we inherited, that you inherited in terms of the open border of the previous administration. Only to come in and shortly after that face a shutdown, the longest shutdown in U.S. history, first of the entire government, and then, of course, of just your department alone, and then just specific areas of your department. It seemed like the battle wasn't going to end. So I do want to commend you for that. I want to also the members of this committee and the entire House that kept voting to fund the department as we should have. And unfortunately, not everybody did, but I'm happy that we've gotten through that, and we hope never to have to do that again. You have a very important mission. As a representative of a border district in Southern Arizona, the work of your department is deeply personal to me and a priority to my office. We'd love to host you in Arizona sometime soon. And there's some gyms there that I think you may enjoy there as well. But I want to start out with one question. It's going to be more of a broader one. I want to go then a little more into specifics of Arizona. But the first one that really kept me up at night for 2 years and still does to a great extent is the children that were lost throughout this entire 4-year open border policy of the Biden administration. What can you give me an update on that? Where are we on the numbers? What have we found? Just give me some information on that.
This is probably one of the most disgusting and disturbing things that we've dealt with. I dealt with some trafficking, child trafficking when I first got into Congress in 2013. And I actually stepped away from it because at some point it just starts wearing on you, and it's time to just kind of pass the baton because you get really jaded over it. When we stepped in here, we had 450,000 kids missing. 450,000 kids that were given to sponsors that weren't vetted. No home checks. No one was going by to see if they're where they're supposed to be, not even knowing if they're in their same state, not even to see if the sponsor was who they were at all. We've recovered 147,000, and all of them didn't have to be recovered. I'm not saying all of them had recovered. Some of them were where they were supposed to be. They were with a family member, and they appeared to be doing okay. But we've had some horrific cases. There's one that's kind of been out in the media a little bit where there's a ring of several adults that were keeping kids in an underground bunker in a dungeon. And the most horrific things that I pray to God that you guys don't have to see, because it permanently changes you. The stuff that these adults put kids as young as 2 to as old as 12 through, you can't make a horror story that bad. We've had some young ladies that we have rescued that reports, and these aren't young ladies; these are girls, being raped 600 to 700 times, being locked in a hotel room, and having to service 15 to 20 men. These are girls, and I hate to use the word service, but I don't know what other you can use. They were being raped 15 to 20 times a day. Day after day after day after day after day. They didn't get holidays off. They didn't get nights off. They didn't work 8 to 5. They didn't work, Monday through Friday. They were locked in the room and highly drugged, and one male at a time, disgusting individuals coming in and raping these individuals. It is our mission. We've stood up and standing up even a bigger task force within DHS to go and find all 450,000 kids. It is my biggest passion that I have. And it should have, let me explain this too. Almost used a bad word there. What frustrates me the most is that this was preventable. And no one can argue that. This was 100% preventable. We have perpetrators that are doing the most horrific things to kids. And as a father to 6, and 3 beautiful girls, when you see this, there's evil in the world. There's evil in the world. And we fed it. The Biden administration fed it for 4 years and took the innocent that's in my little girls' eyes, the innocence that's in our kids' eyes that we pray to God never has to deal with this. That innocent is permanently stolen. And we're trying to just restore some type of comfort to these young girls. But let me explain to you, young boys too. Unfortunately, we're seeing a rise of young boys being trafficked. And it just disturbs you.
Well, I go back to my point. Clearly, you're passionate about this, and I understand why. I'm dad of 6 as well, 3 boys, 3 girls. So I know exactly where you're coming from on that. And I can only imagine what you've actually seen. You can't unsee that. And obviously the biggest victims here are those kids and those little girls and even older girls being trafficked and being.
Our punishments for these individuals isn't enough.
I want to keep talking about that and what the punishment will be and has been for those people. And there's a lot more to discuss there. And you're right, it was completely preventable. And for 4 years, we screamed off the top of our lungs about this. And this was the leading issue to fight against and still is. So thank you for your passion on that. I have a follow-up question here real quick on the DeConcini Port of Entry, which is in Arizona in the Nogales area. This is a highly trafficked port of entry where I want to thank you and the Commissioner Frost for your response to my letter earlier this year and your commitment to working with GSA to prioritize this. If you have any idea of a timeline, I would love to hear that. And as I close in my last 30 seconds here, and we can talk about this timeline, and if I can just get a written response from you guys and what we're looking at. Let me just close with this in my last 30 seconds. I'm a naturalized citizen. This year actually marks my 20th anniversary as a U.S. citizen. I became a citizen in 2006. So I know the process well firsthand. I know that because I was elected to Congress 16 years after becoming a citizen of this nation. No other country in the world would ever give me that opportunity. No other country in the world would ever give any of us that opportunity. And it's great to hear some of the perspectives of foreigners coming into the World Cup and seeing what we're all about. They especially get excited about the free refills, which is, I think it excites a lot of people here. But the American dream is alive. It's alive because it's been kept alive, first of all, for our veterans, but also for the men and women that keep us safe. In the process to immigrate, the process to become a citizen in US CIS and what they go through, it's an overload of work. I know it well, again, because we went through the process. So while becoming a citizen is an incredible privilege and it should never be taken for granted, I valued every time and whatever work my parents and myself had to do to become citizens, we'll do it 10 times over to do it again, because this is the best nation in the world. And I'd rather be here than anywhere else. So in terms of the efficiency, can you talk a little bit about, as you close, what your agency needs from this subcommittee in order to make the improvements necessary for the process of people immigrating here legally and becoming citizens?
We are improving the bureaucracy and the redundancy in the system, but there is, as you said, there is a way to become legal. If you choose not to do that, you're making a conscious decision. And I can't help you on that situation. If you don't want to become a legal citizen, there's a way to be in this country legally, but you have to follow the laws that Congress passed and that we enforce. I don't pick and choose, I enforce. But there is a right way to stay in this country, and there's a right way to become a citizen in this country, and you can't go around that. There is more that we need. We've been working for immigration reform in this body. Really, the last time it was done, it was in 1959. Why was the last time it was done in 1959? Because we make politics out of it. It's the right, it's the left. It's the Democrats, Republicans. One party is in charge and the other party doesn't want to help, and the other party is in charge, the other party doesn't want to help, and there's no common ground, but yet we always talk about them. I'm out of that game now. I just simply enforce it. But then we start playing games with which laws you want me to enforce and which laws you don't want me to enforce. If you don't want me to enforce the laws, then pass a law to say that that law can't be enforced. That's fine. Until then, I'm going to enforce the laws.
Thank you, sir. And see you in Arizona soon.
Yes, we will make that. We'll make that happen. We'll put it on the list.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you're back.
We're continuing to listen into testimony from DHS Secretary Mark Wade Mullen as he is testifying about the department's fiscal year budget request pertaining to policies, border security, and immigration. I'm Stephanie Quinu. You are watching live now from Fox. We're going to just step away for a moment, continuing our live coverage after that. We're going to head back to a hearing happening right now on Capitol Hill, where DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen is testifying about his department's budget request.
Ranking members, if you would like to respond later on, there are methods to do that, but it's not a who can talk louder into the mic.
It's not.
So you are recognized.
Thank you very much.
I will not let her
Mr.
sit there and lie and accuse something this ridiculous.
You
Well,
know-
this is the legislative branch and it's my hearing. And so I'm going to try to some extent to control it moderately.
And do
Thank you.
not accuse me of lying. Do not.
Then don't.
I do not. I appreciate, and I said to you at the outset, there's concern for children across the board. We care deeply about what's happening to children. And I went to the border and I watched children in those fenced in places years ago and what was happening to them. So I have a long history, Mr. Secretary, in this area. 3,900 kids were separated. Secretary Azar told me he had a way to reunite them. Many of them were not reunited till today. And I don't want you to answer this now. Please get back to us and tell us what you are doing with regard to the settlement in terms of this issue, which is out there, which your department needs to come close to. I'll make a statement to you again. But this is fact from the bill, Mr. Chairman. The bill that the Republicans have proposed for funding the Department of Homeland Security cuts cybersecurity budget by more than $250 million. It cuts the TSA by nearly $350 million. And the Trump administration is openly advocating for privatizing TSA while trying to eliminate their collective bargaining rights. We all know what happened earlier this year. TSA workers endured the longest government shutdown in history. There was a lot of discussion and talk invoked about the long lines and the use of leverage to force through a Homeland Security bill without any reforms to what were critical ICE and CBP reforms that were necessary, that the American people wanted and were clamoring for. They didn't want to continue to see masked marauders on their streets with just harassing people. Congress eventually passed my legislation that paid TSA workers, funded FEMA, CISA, Secret Service, and the Coast Guard. And today, and it took you 79 days on the Republican side to make that decision to pay these people instead of just talking about paying this. The administration continues to attempt to walk away from the collective bargaining agreement with TSA workers, something that the federal courts have now twice said is illegal. Indeed, your testimony frames the attempt to force over 200 smaller airports in this country into a new security structure as a setting. And quote, the TSA, this is in the testimony, the TSA is on the path to privatization. My question on this issue is, given all that the transportation security office did for us during a Republican shutdown, how can it be that the department's position is that TSA workers should not be granted the same basic labor protections as federal enforcement officers? How can it be that your priority is to have them work for the lowest bidder, where the wages and the benefits of these workers will unquestionably be lower?
Well, actually, it was the Democrats that voted every time to shut them down. Republicans voted every time to open them up.
Pass,
So
just give me
we
an
didn't
answer
shut them
to my
down. You shut them down.
Answer my question.
I did.
What are you doing? Why are you moving?
Ma'am, I answered your question. You were the one that shut them down. The Democrats shut down. How many times did you vote to shut them down?
Why? You know, these people come to us to get funding for the work that they do, and we are.
I'm actually factually correct. I'm factually correct. You voted to shut them down. Republicans voted to open them over and over and over again. Your vote clearly stated that you voted to shut us down. And it wasn't until it became popular. And then, by the way, ICE agents came there and helped bring the lines down. The same people that you also kept shut down for 150 days. I'm answering the question.
No, you
I thought you said you answered it. The floor is hers.
My dear.
Actually, I gave it to her. You know, there is a chairman of a committee. That's me. I gave it back to her. She's got it.
Something about who these folks are. And
You have
everybody
another
on
question,
this
Madam
panel.
Ranking
Well,
Member.
yeah, no, I do, but I didn't get an answer to a question.
So the
How
record
can
will
it
so
be-
reflect.
Thank
Please
you.
ask your next
Okay,
question.
and I will. This has to do with FEMA. Simple question. And I want to start where I left off with Secretary Noem last year. FEMA. Simple yes or no. Do you support eliminating FEMA? Do you support eliminating FEMA?
There's portions of FEMA that
Do
needs
you
to be back to the
support
state.
eliminating
There's no
FEMA?
yes or no question on that. There's portions that need to go back to the state.
eliminating FEMA?
The record will reflect the response. The record will reflect the response. Is there another question?
It. Yeah, because let me just say, in April of 2025, the Trump administration prematurely, I'm glad we got that answer, because the poor gentleman who came before, it may have been with you, Mr. Chairman, that came before our committee, and I asked him this question, and he said, because Secretary Noem said, yes, she and the president wanted to eliminate FEMA. The gentleman said that he said it should be reformed. And the next day he was fired. Let it show that the secretary believes that we should shut FEMA down.
I never
April 2025, the
Mr.
administration,
Chairman, I never said that.
the administration prematurely,
The record will
unlawfully
reflect what you did and
ended
didn't say accurately.
FEMA's BRIC program. He intentionally halted roughly 2,000 active infrastructure and disaster mitigation projects across the country, including one in downtown New Haven, Connecticut. A coalition of 22 states and D.C. sued FEMA. A federal judge ruled in favor of the states in December, mandated that FEMA restore the over $3.6 billion and canceled funding. At the beginning of March, the judge had to order FEMA to comply with that ruling. 3 months ago, the day after you took over as secretary, FEMA formally announced a, quote, new and improved BRIC program. Yet, almost all of these communities are still waiting for their BRIC funding to be restored. Tell me, Mr. Secretary, when can communities with halted projects expect to receive their BRIC funding?
We actually restarted that when I first came in, and we did 24 or 25 of them. So
We've done 24 of the 25
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
2,000.
Let me clarify that. So
Please.
2024 and 2025, they sent out the notice of notification so everybody can now submit. And those projects that were already submitted for those times period will be
How many
reevaluated.
projects are there?
We can get you the details.
Please, there were 2,000 that we started with.
The secretary also provided direction for 2026 to get the NOFOs out on that, and that'll come out sometime in September. The secretary has done more to get.
I do not need your, you do not need to.
I just want to make sure you're clear.
Well, please.
Okay.
Spare us. Just give me the facts.
I
Just give
did.
me the numbers. Let me just conclude, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I would like to work in an open and in a transparent way, because that BRIC funding for New Haven, Connecticut, which I probably will not get because I'm in a blue state, that the BRIC funding for New Haven, Connecticut is important, which is why we support the programs, bipartisan support for the BRIC program. So please, let's get the NOFOs out as quickly as possible and get the money to the communities that need them. My final comment to you is, I'd just like to go back a second. We need to go back to the issue of deaths in custody. It doesn't do anyone good to talk about what's happening in the criminal system in Illinois or in Oklahoma. What we need, because 54 deaths are 54 in what is civil detention, we need a plan to address the fact that 54 people in your department they were in civil detention, it's not criminal detention, are dead. They should not be. We need to hear from you. I don't need an answer now. There is no time. I've taken an enormous amount of time. Get us a policy, a plan, in a timely fashion that says, how are we going to deal with these issues? I yield back, and I thank you, Mr.
Thank you to the ranking member, the gentlelady from Iowa. The floor is yours for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming to testify today and for always taking my phone call. As I've had questions dealing with many of the challenges faced with your shutdown from back home, that I continued again to support keeping you guys open so you could operate. You are always willing to take my phone call. So I thank you for that and for your openness with me as we were working through that. I also, as a fellow parent to teenage boys, appreciate your passion around kids.
Can Yes, just someone said, appreciate you taking the phone call. I take everybody's phone call. There isn't a Republican or Democrat that hasn't called me that I haven't called back. Yeah. Not one. And I'm very transparent in that, regardless of what somebody over here just whispered, because she's never called me.
Well, I appreciate it, and I appreciate your openness to working with all of us to make sure that the good people at your agency are getting paid and can continue their mission of keeping our country safe, because at the end of the day, that is what we all care about on this committee, and this committee works tirelessly to make sure that you do have the resources that you need to rescue those kids, make sure that you're interdicting the drugs that are coming in from narco-terrorists. And I want to talk a little bit about that. I'm going to start with that, actually, because I think that the Coast Guard is a shining example of what DHS does best in making sure that these narco-terrorists are on alert. They should be afraid. And you have interdicted through Operation Pacific Viper. I think it just was announced, milestone accomplishment last week, 225,000 pounds of cocaine seized. I mean, that's incredible. And that's drugs that did not make their way onto our streets, that are not killing Americans every single day. So I'd be interested in your thoughts of what you've done there to really escalate that operation. What do you see on the horizon there? That threat is not going away. And thanks to the Coast Guard families who are keeping our families safe. But I'd be interested in your thoughts there.
Just yesterday, I was actually in a close classified setting with the Coast Guard on our plans to continue that operation. But it's a joint effort with DOW, with Coast Guard, with CBP, with ICE, because it's a ring. The drugs doesn't just get to our shores and then dissipate. There's a ring that goes into our cities, into our towns, into our states and our communities. And then the cash flows back in and back out. So the drugs come in on our shores different ways, and all the cash is going out. A lot of times over land, a lot of times in air. We're seeing more and more counter-US. So we've got to combat it all together. This administration, through the direction of President Trump, has done more to combat our war against drugs than any president in our lifetime. And he's made it a task that he understands that we've lost more individuals in fentanyl overdoses than we have in the entire Vietnam War in 1 year. Not during 1 year in the Vietnam War, a year from fentanyl overdoses inside the U.S. And just the other day, we took enough fentanyl off our northern border from CBP that could kill 17 million Americans.
And I think people frequently forget about the northern border. We focus so much on the southern border and the Caribbean and these drugs coming in.
But that's a direct relationship because of our Coast Guards doing their job in our waters of the U.S. And it's pushing it. And then we have CBP doing their job on our southern border. It's starting to push cartels to operate in our northern border. So last week, the minister, that is my partner in Canada, met here in Washington, D.C. We talked about the challenges. They haven't dealt with the cartels like we have in our southern border. They're anxiously working with us and wanting to know our lessons that we've learned, because they don't want it to get a foothold in their country. So because of President Trump, we are fighting it on air. We're fighting it in water. We're fighting on land. We're fighting on the northern border and southern border. And I'm not going to say we can eradicate it, but we're making a huge difference in this war on drugs. And every time we interdict these drugs, regardless of what agency underneath DHS does it, we're saving lives.
You talk about kind of the cross-agency work that's happening here. How many of these rings on the back end? So the drugs get in, they go out through these rings. Are these run by, obviously, the cartels, but how many of the people participating in them are illegals here in the United States?
Well, the biggest majority of them, the percentage of them would be hard to say, but the biggest majority of them are illegals that are here. Now, there's usually, when it comes to the money laundering of it, that's more of a white collar crime. More of those individuals are citizens inside the United States. But when you start talking about the trafficking, you start talking about the drug houses, the stash houses, the cash flow, the weapons flow. Overwhelmingly, the majority of those are illegals.
The criminal enterprise, right?
And most time they're forced to do it. It's not that they're working off a debt for the cartels.
Right. And you talk about the atrocities happening to those kids too.
Yes.
Many of them are victims of that human trafficking.
And elderly.
Same organizations.
Yes,
obviously.
and elderlies are being probably exploited now more than we've ever seen it. because naturally law enforcement isn't alarmed when they see an elderly gentleman or an elderly woman that is driving. A lot of times they're forced to try paying the debt off of their kids.
Okay, that's very concerning, and obviously we need to do whatever we can to stamp that out. You mentioned fentanyl, and I want to go now to one of the biggest sources of fentanyl, which is obviously the CCP in China. They're funneling it in through Mexico. I'm trying to get it in through all of these methods. We know they're not going to ever try to stop undermining our domestic and our international security, and spending billions of dollars on research and development intertwined directly with their military, billions more trying to ship those products into the United States and dominate supply chains. Can you talk a little bit about what the department has seen as it relates to Chinese manufactured and owned equipment, especially maybe any inventory that might already have been bought by DHS? What precautionary measures you're taking to ensure that our agencies are protected on the cybersecurity front, data privacy, other threats that you may be having to?
Well, the data centers that we're pushing, we know China is working every single day, and they're even working harder to try getting into our systems. They've made that part of their future plans. They feel like that's important for them. That's where the private-public partnership is vitally important. That's where CISA is going to play a major role, because we can't expect Meta or Google to do it on their own. They're fighting they're fighting an army, truly an army, from CBP or from North Korea, or militias from Russia, or Iran from the IRGC. We have to have an all-out frontal approach and be proactive. We can't be reactive in this. We have to be very proactive, and that partnership is something we're strengthening. But we also got to respect privacy too. There's a lot of privacy concerns when the government starts looking into cyber because of the sensitive material that is there. It's a fine line we're trying to work through. It's difficult. We're going to have to come to Congress for help on that, because we're going to need clarification, I believe, with the new technologies coming out and the new way that they're entering into our systems, that we're going to need new clarity on how far CISA can go.
We'll certainly look forward to working with you and the agencies, relevant agencies on that. Want to talk a little bit to wrap up my time on CBP. Obviously, their role is not just keeping our borders safe, but it's also making sure we're interdicting bad things coming into our country, including counterfeit products and things that are going around our trade laws as well. I have a piece of legislation, the Protecting American Industry and Labor from International Trade Crimes Act. We call it PALE, just passed through judiciary unanimously just a few weeks ago. And this would help make sure there are additional resources to DOJ and CBP to make sure that they can actually hold these bad actors accountable. So I'd just be curious, like what role CBP can continue to have in making sure we're eradicating transnational shipment and some of these other malign practices used by the CCP and other actors as well to try to undermine American jobs.
First of all, the best thing you guys did was give us continuous funding for 3 years, because we can really set out missions and force ourselves to look at technology of today, not just what we can spend in a physical year. So it really does help tremendously. The biggest thing that you guys can do is continue to work with us on updating the policy on what it is that you're wanting us to look at. Meaning that if we're seeing a ring coming around, sometimes because we have trade agreements with these individuals, and they're, as you know, they have stuff that we're sanctioning from one country, they break it down into small parts, and then they assemble it in a different country. And when they assemble it and then it comes in, we need to be able to go back farther in that. And there's only so far CBP can do, because we can only enforce it when it hits our shores, not when it's outside. So there's some areas that Congress can really help us on saying that the percentage of it or all of it has to be built, has to be manufactured, not just assembled in those countries. That would be very helpful to us.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for coming today. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
We continue to listen into live testimony from DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen as he is discussing the department's fiscal year budget request there, specifically talking about immigration, among other priorities. We are going to just step away for another break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We are going to head live back to Capitol Hill, where DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen is testifying before a committee, talking about the department's budget. After that, my colleague Brian Schmelz will continue our coverage on this Thursday.
Real work that they're doing. But we are building a system to be faster at it, and the technology that we have, the private-public partnership we've been talking about a lot, is helping us get there.
Good. So on a related note, I appreciate the agency's follow-up to a question that I actually submitted, if you remember, Mr. Chairman, when Director Edlow testified regarding the adjudication and processing time specifically for H-2A petitions. The response indicated that there was no backlog for H-2A petitions, which, thank you, it's a welcome update. However,
it's a 15-day turnaround. Once it gets cleared, it's 15 days.
Well, what I was going to ask, the response also indicated that the processing times in 2026 so far are notably longer compared to previous years. So just looking for your commitment that you'll continue to support the agency's efforts to expedite these petitions. As you know, timing is critical for agriculture. And will your budget ensure that sufficient resources are dedicated in order to carry out those responsibilities?
So I had a briefing on this 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And our turnaround on those visas are 2 days or 15 days, especially if they're known. A lot of these agricultural workers are known. They come back and forth. We see them every time. We can repeat them. And the largest percentage of those are. We're also looking at the dairy issue.
Right.
For that. And because it's not seasonal. So we think we got a path forward to fix that issue. Finally, we've asked Congress for clarification, but anytime you ask Congress for, I'm not beating up on you guys. I sat there too. So I'm just saying, anytime we ask Congress for anything to try to do with immigration, it gets just politicized. So, but we think underneath statute, there's a way for us to move this and make it work. We're still going through it. We're still getting legal opinion on it. We don't want to do anything but I don't think you guys would really get upset if we did it, but I want to make sure we're legally able to do it. But as of 2 days ago, we're 15 days on turnaround on those. Once they're finally submitted correctly, we have a large percentage of them that are not entered correctly. And what I've asked CIS to do, USCIS, is to say, why can't we move this to a system that you can't submit the paperwork until it is filled out correctly? You know, if you do DocuSign or you do any of this stuff online, but you've got to go and accept, they won't let you move forward. The technology is there. We just have to adapt it in a way to be able to make it interface friendly with the public, with the general public, to be able to make it more efficient. So we're doing a test program on this. We're actually trying to build an app. This is new this week. I briefed the president about it this week, and the president loved the idea. We're also, because some of these visas that we work with, these programs go through Commerce. Howard Lutnick and ourselves, our teams are working together to try. I don't know how long it'll take. It'll take a little bit to build it. That way, the misinformation won't be as prevalent, and we can get to it faster. Because everyone we delay affects our economy.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so we want the people trying to get here to do it, to do it the right way, to work, to actually be able to come to the country and work.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Let me turn the page to CISA for a second. It was already referenced the longest shutdown in history. When Director Anderson testified before this committee, I asked him about CISA's ability to identify, to mitigate, address the cyber threats from adversaries like Iran, like China, to our talking about critical infrastructure. Unsurprisingly, his answer was that CISA was limited in their capacity, and it was clear that a handicapped CISA meant higher risk of leaving our critical sectors, from our water systems to our hospitals, energy grids, you name it, dams, the agricultural sector. They're all vulnerable to cyber threats. So does the budget sufficiently provide personnel and resources that are going to be necessary to ensure that CISA is equipped, that they can tackle the potential cyber attacks from those adversaries that target those critical sectors of our economy?
I do believe, as the secretary, I say, no, we always need more money. Truth is, we actually have the resources we need. We need the people, and we need the expertise. I think we even have the ability underneath statute to do it. What's happened over the years, like any great government agency, it creates its own bureaucracy. You guys give us authority, then we write the rules, and the rules sometimes handicap ourselves. So we're going back and looking at is what was the actual intent of Congress, and then how many layers of rules have we put on ourselves to say no? Because too often government agencies, it's easy to say no. We're changing that way at DHS. We go to yes. We lean to yes. That's our new policy. We're there to figure out how to make it happen, not to find the easy way out. And some of that is our own rulemaking. So I feel like right now, Congressman, we have the resources financially, and we have the authority, I believe. If that changes, I'll come back to you. But we don't have the personnel. And so we've got to get my director in place that the president's already met with. We got to get him in place, get him down the road, put him in place, let him hire his people, and get it built. Truthfully, once he's in place, it's going to take me probably 12 months to build this back. It may be longer when he gets in there and lets me know, but I believe we can make significant strides in the first 3 months. But to actually be where we need to be, I feel it'll take a full year.
Well, let us help you wherever we can there.
Yes, thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you to the gentleman from Washington. I am now going to claim my 8 minutes for questioning and give 2 minutes of it to the gentleman from Indiana, who was very generous with his 8 minutes in letting the secretary respond to some earlier questions. So the floor is yours for 2 minutes, Mr. Shreve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And you have earned your paycheck today. I appreciate your managing and protecting time for all members of this committee. Secretaries, I'm from Indianapolis. That's part of my district. We run some big events, much as we're talking about with the threat of drones, counter UAS on FIFA. We've got the Indy 500. We have the men's Final Four. We had the Pacers playoffs. Secretary Edgar, as a mayor, you realize that these threats to public safety arising from the evolution of drones, which are tools as well in the profession, are extraordinary. And DHS is in the lead at managing this threat and these tools. The fiscal year 27 House mark included dedicated counter UAS funding. And last year's NDAA authorized trained state and local law enforcement to detect, track, and mitigate, take down threatened drones. We can strengthen our ability to protect major events and critical infrastructure. And let's not lose sight of that, but only if local law enforcement has the training, the tools, and the coordination to work with federal. Mr. Secretary or secretaries, give us a view into what the department is doing on this end to coordinate training with state and local law enforcement to manage the challenges that are upon us now that drones present.
So Congress is going to have to lean on this a little bit. Bringing down a drone for an enthusiast is easy now. We can do it. We do it every day. We do it. And when you got an enthusiast that flies a drone over FIFA, I think we brought down over 60 drones to date. During F1, we brought down 8. During Augusta, we brought down 12. Those are enthusiasts. The issue that we have is the ones that have it on fiber. And so when they attach it to fiber and they're running in, the only way for us to be able to bring them down is to be kinetic. And that is a whole nother area. You got to deal with FAA at that time. You got to deal with local authorities at that time, because there's going to be a possible collateral damage. When people say, well, shoot a laser at it. No, that's fine, but a laser doesn't stop within the horizon to which the FAA will give us. So like, for instance, around FIFA, you have 3,000 vertical and you have 3,000 or 3 miles out. So around FanFest, we have 1,000 feet up. We have a mile out. It creates challenges for us to do it. And the only technology we have right now to be fully kinetic is with DOW. We're exploring that, but Congress is going to have to look at this as a whole. I don't know if you know this or not, which is going to be changed, but there wasn't one single NFL stadium last year during all the games that had counter UAS on it. That was my wife running through. Everything else was silent, I promise. And technically, I thought I'd be done by now. Yeah, I did too. But I do think Congress needs to take a hard look at this for us, because we're going to have authorities beyond just what we currently have, because this is a threat that's changing every single day, and I really could sit and use some help. We're meeting with the FBI yesterday. We had a great meeting with Kash Patel. Kash Patel already has a center that is training local law enforcement, and he doesn't have enough space. We have more people asking to get into the school than he has a space to do it. We are looking for ways to partner with him to be able to put DHS funding directly to that. And is it through FEMA grants? Is it through HSI? Is it through ICE? Is it through CBP? And then also, yesterday, Troy and I started talking about setting up a joint task force with inside DHS, because we have 22 components. Now those 22 components, I have 8 that have their own counter UAS measures. And for example, out of the 11 football stadiums we have, I have CBP covering 5, FBI covering 3, the Coast Guard is covering 1, and FBS, or Coast Guard's covering 2, FBS is covering 1. I think my math is correct on that. And all of them have different measures. And so this is, Congressman, what you're bringing up is a true challenge, and that threat is changing every day, that without question, Congress is going to have to help us get the authority to do what we need to do on this.
I appreciate the extra time. This is an important issue and a
very important
immediate challenge for both the department and this Congress.
Hey, can I just add one point? And this is for you, Mr. Carey. When I was down at RGV, just to give you an idea of the scale at the border, same problem. Just from the beginning of this fiscal year till yesterday, they had 11,000 drones basically registered at the border. I mean, the Secretary is talking about offensive, drones, being able to kind of do something against them. So that is something we definitely are looking at. But I mean, even you just take the threat to the border, and we break up the drone process into the maritime, the border, special events, et cetera. And each one of those operating principles, we need to have a better strategy that's funded, and we have the authorities.
Thank you.
I will now recognize my colleague from Florida for 1 minute of my questioning time. Mr. Rutherford, the floor is yours.